I'm Dr. Teresa Mwoma. I'm a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University in the Department of Early Childhood Studies, seconded to the African Council for Distance Education as the Executive Director. Besides that, I'm the National Coordinator, ECD Network for Kenya, which was established in 2015 when we realized there was a gap in coordinating ECD initiatives in Kenya. And since 2015, we have held 3 successful national ECD stakeholders conferences. The first one was held at Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development in 2016, October. It was presided over by the Minister of Education, and over 150 people attended that conference. The second conference was held in 2018 at Kenyatta University, and the Minister of Health was presiding over that conference, and we had participation from 25 counties and over 250 participants drawn from from 25 counties. In 2019, we held our 3rd National ECD Stakeholders Conference, which was held at Mombasa County, presided over by the Mombasa Governor through his deputy. And it attracted participation from 31 counties in Kenya and over 70 organizations. It was at this conference that all participants resolved that come the 4th National ECD Stakeholders Conference, it will be held at Siaya County. And as we speak now, we are at towards the tail end of organizing the conference that is happening from 25th to 28th. We anticipate to have participation from policymakers, from researchers, from donors, civil society organizations, individuals who are professionals in early childhood. And it is exciting that this conference is going to be attended by governors from the Great Lake, the Lake Region Economic Bloc. We anticipate to have the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, to open the conference on 25th, and the Cabinet Ministry of Health to close the conference on 27th. So it is exciting, and I'm inviting all practitioners, all actors in the ECD space to register for the conference, and they can get the registration link on ECD Network for Kenya.org in our website, and they should be able to apply to register for the conference. It is going to be blended in nature because of COVID-19, where we are going to have a small number congregating at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University in Siaya County, and the majority will be participating virtually. We have had organizations supporting this conference, like UNICEF has supported the virtual component. We have others who are supporting us in terms of the venue, like Save the Children, PATH, Child Fund, Luala Community Initiatives, World Vision International, Kenya chapter, and all those. We are looking forward to have a successful conference. I therefore welcome everybody to register for the conference. This is one conference that you may not want to miss. I'm welcoming you. I'm Dr. Teresa Mwoma. I'm a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University in the Department of Early Childhood Studies, seconded to the African Council for Distance Education. I'm inviting you to the 4th National ECD Stakeholders Conference that is going to happen from 25th to 27th October at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Siaya County. I'm welcoming all of you because the conference will be blended in nature, and you can register to participate virtually or physically. Karibu sana. I'm inviting you to the 4th National ECD Stakeholders Conference that is going. Dr. Teresa Moma. I'm a senior lecturer at Kenyatta University in the Department of Early Childhood Studies, seconded to the African Council for Distance Education as the Executive Director. Besides that, I'm the National Coordinator, ECD Network for Kenya, which was established in 2015. When we realized there was a gap in coordinating ECD initiatives in Kenya. And since 2015, we have held 3 successful national ECD stakeholders conferences. The first one was held at Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development in 2016, October. It was presided over by the Minister of Education, and over 150 people attended that conference. The second conference was held in 2018 at Kenyatta University, and the Minister of Health was presiding over that conference, and we had participation from 25 counties and over 250 participants drawn from from 25 counties. In 2019, we held our 3rd National ECD Stakeholders Conference, which was held at Mombasa County, presided over by the Mombasa governor through his deputy.
This is my book.
pujo baby. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Pujo, pujo baby.
This is my book.
Aya, watoto. Everyone wants still to do better. Ufaulu mama wape kukwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better. Ufaulu mama wape kukwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. Love, song, play and stories. Pujo, pujo, baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Pujo, pujo, baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Pujo, pujo, baby. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Wakati unapika mweleze, unapoenda shamba mpeleke, akiuliza swali mjibu. Pujo, pujo, baby. Wakati unamwosha mwimbie, unapoketi umchezeshe, ubongo wake ufunguke. Pujo, pujo, baby. Love, song, play and stories. Pujo, pujo, baby. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Pujo, pujo, baby. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Pujo, pujo, baby.
This is my book.
Aya, watoto. Everyone wants still to do better. the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. Love, song, play and stories. Buju buju baby baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Buju buju baby baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. What you do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What you do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Buju buju baby baby. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Wakati unapika mweleze, unapoenda shamba mpeleke, akiuliza swali mjibu. Buju buju baby. Wakati unamwosha mwimbie, unapoketi umchezeshe, ubongo wake ufunguke. Buju buju baby. Love, song, play and stories. Buju buju baby baby. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Buju buju baby baby. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. What you do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What you do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Buju buju baby baby.
This is my book.
Aya. Watoto. Everyone wants still to do better. Ufaulu mama wape kukwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better. Ufaulu mama wape kukwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Would you, baby? Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama. Zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Wakati unapika mweleze, unapoenda shamba mpeleke, akiuliza swali mjibu. Wakati unamwosha mwimbie, unapoketi umchezeshe, ubongo wake ufunguke. Love song, play and stories. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. Love song, play and stories. Wahusishe kwa kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby. Sing, sing, sing for the baby. Play, play, play with the baby. Would you, baby?
This is my book.
Haya. Watoto. Everyone wants still to do better. Ufaulu mama wakwetu kwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better. Ufaulu mama wakwetu kwea. We want the next generation tuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. I've learned the secret of raising great kids. Single more rahisi kama vile ABC. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. Would you baby, baby?
This is my book.
Aya, watoto. Everyone wants girl to do better. Ufaulu mama, wape kukwea. We want the next generation kuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better. Ufaulu mama, wape kukwea. We want the next generation kuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Strong foundation gives a great finish. Kwa watoto ni kutoka umri wa 0 to 5. Love, song, play and stories. Would you baby, baby? Wahusishe kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Would you baby, baby? Wahusishe kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. Would you baby, baby? Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama, zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Engage them hata wakiwa tumboni mwa mama, zungumzie. Activate their brains with song and stories. Wakati unapika mweleze, unapoenda shamba mpeleke, akiuliza swali mjibu. Buju baby, wakati unamngosha mwimbie, unapoketi umchezeshe, ubongo wake ufunguke. Buju baby, love, song, play and stories. Buju baby, baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. Love, song, play and stories. Buju baby, baby. Wahusishe kila jambo. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. What to do? Love, 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 love the baby, sing, sing, sing for the baby, play, play, play with the baby. Would you baby, baby?
This is my book.
Aya, watoto. Everyone wants girl to do better. Ufaulu mama, wape kukwea. We want the next generation kuweza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention? I know it's taken us a little longer to start than we had anticipated, and I just want to ask you to allow for us to commence now. If we could take our seats. Whoever is controlling the mics, I would want to be allowed to avoid having to break. We have an online audience also that is watching, and they would like to start with us. So the dignitaries are around. We already have a number of the first ladies that we're anticipating in the neighborhood, and we want them to walk in when we are ready. But because we are seated in a sparsely arranged manner, I would want us to move to the front. I know you came early, so if we could all fill these lower seats and begin the program with people having sat here, it would help us. So I'd want to ask for your indulgence, the group sitting at the top, tafadhali tuteremke chini ili tuwe tumejaza. Ni kama kanisa, naomba. Karibu na upako ni mahali pazuri. So could I ask those of us who are sitting at the top, please, kindly? Those of you who are sitting at the top, kindly, let's move to this lower end and fill up these seats. Ninaomba, kwa Kiswahili ni kusema I am asking you kindly. Tuje tujaze viti vya hapa chini. Then we can start. It is also good for our cameras to capture us in that manner. Thank you. Can see the Ministry of Education team from Nairobi. I've seen the Ministry of Health team from Nairobi. Karibuni sana. I've also seen the county teams. I've seen the team from Busia here, from Bomet, from Siaya. I'm also seeing the team from Kisumu. The Lake Region Economic Bloc is well represented here. I can see you. Could I still ask those of us who are seated up there, ama niongee kwa Dholuo, Bi Sud Kanye, kuja hapa mbele. I'm also reliably informed that Embu County is here. Wow, that's really good. From that fun. Teremke chini tafadhali, ninaomba wale walio nje, those of you can hear my voice outside. Let's move into the hall, please. We want to start, and we need your presence in here. We have over 100 participants registered, and we need you to be in here. We're just about to hit the mark. Those of us who are outside, kindly step in. Thank you, Leonard, for leading Silas in. Please bring the others also in, if you can. Asante sana. Once I get more people moving down, I'll be happy. Child fund seniors, I know you. Kujeni tu hapa tu na nyinyi. Asante sana. The more I see less of the upper rows, the better. Asante sana for... Thank you, Linda. Only don't sit next to the security of the first... All right, so yes, those of us who are walking in, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in. We want to start. I do anticipate that all of us who are in the room already have a copy of the program. If you have a copy of the program, let me see. If you do not have, let me also know so that we can get you a copy. I want to draw specific attention to the pages at the back. I'm drawing specific attention to the pages at the back where we have the abstracts. Please familiarize yourself with the content of the abstracts because we will be going into breakaway rooms and it is anticipated that you will be going to listen into one of those presentations. So there's a lot of literature there, very, very cutting edge research and information that is helping to improve the early years outcomes for our children. So I want to request every one of you to take time to look at those pages because they will inform which breakout room you will go to once the program kicks off. Thank you very much everyone for coming in. Like I said, I'd like most of us to move down. Let's leave the upper ones. We want to fill up this seat so that we can have the dignitaries brought in and we can kick off now. For the online audience, just to recognize your presence, we apologize for starting late, but we recognize your contribution in making this 4th National ECD Conference a success. We recognize the fact that you are stakeholders and key players in moving the needle for the children of Kenya. So I thank you very much that every one of you is here. We appreciate our sign language interpreters also from JOUST who will be supporting us during this session. We recognize that there are many of you online who are also watching and would need this support. So JOUST, thank you very much for this support. So to kick us off, I think I would like us to have a prayer made, and then we will have the rest of the program clearly outlined for us. So I have somebody from the university, Anastasia Apondi. Please come and lead us in a word of prayer.
Let us rise up and pray. Let us rise up. We are praying. Our loving and everlasting Father, receive all glory and honor this morning on this auspicious occasion, Lord. By your grace and mercies that are new every morning, Lord, you have gathered your sons and daughters here, Lord, as stakeholders in this 4th National Early Childhood Development Stakeholders Conference in 2021. We exalt and honor you, Lord, for the work you have destined in their lives. And Father, you have chosen each one of them to be here as a burden bearer and torch bearer in your kingdom. That is to minister in responsive caregiving for the children in diverse circumstances. Behold, O Lord, your word says that children are a heritage from you, O Lord. Father, you have placed it in your sons and daughters' hearts to take on the mantle, to make decisions and find solutions to challenges affecting the young children. For blessed is the man who fills his quiver with the children. They will not be put to shame when they contend with the enemy. Let every work in innovation, Lord, and inclusivity, research findings, capacity building, policy development, and implementation, O Lord, provide even better directions and strategies in caregiving of the children within ECDs in Siaya County for the glory and honor of your name. Father, let this conference resonate with your will. Grant every dignitary, every stakeholder who is here, and even our Excellency the Governor, grace, O Lord, to focus, to lead, and scale up early childhood development initiatives. Let the outcome lift the development of ECD to new levels in the county. Father, we pray that you grant each stakeholder here in this conference your grace, your peace, safety, good health, and focus, concentration from now to the end of the day throughout the conference days. We bless and honor you. We pray you be in our midst as we start this conference. Go ahead of us, O Lord, and stay with us until we finish. For in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you, Anastasia. She's from the SCK Church and has prayed for us. And our focus is not just on the children of Siaya County, but the children of Kenya. And to that end, before I begin recognizing the various teams that are here, allow me to just make a statement about the manner in which this conference is going to be conducted. It's a blended conference where we have the physical presence of those of you who are in this room, but we also have an audience that is both national, regional, and international, if we put it that way, that is following online. And we want to appreciate each one of you for being here. We want to recognize the sacrifice that you have made to come to be part of this, and more importantly, the support that you're giving us. I would like to just mention a few things regarding the COVID protocols that we need to uphold. We have arranged the seats in such a way that there is spacing between each one of you, between the two of you that are sitting next to each other. Please do not move the chairs. We would like to maintain that space, that distance that is recommended by the Ministry of Health. Secondly, we have asked that every one of us who's coming into this room keeps their mask on during the entire session that you are in here. The simple reason being that's a COVID protocol that we need to observe. Please do not be in here without your mask on. Let's keep each other safe. Let's ensure that we do not become a meeting that is recognized for something that is different from what we came here to do. The third thing is that we have hand washing stations around this compound. It's important for each one of us to make sure that every time you move around, you are able to keep yourself clean. Just make sure that you sanitize as often as you can. And as far as is possible, let's try to avoid the handshake. Give each other the elbows. At least make sure that you can fist each other. I've seen that most of us are really relaxed and are happy to meet after the COVID break. And therefore we are greeting and hugging and doing all these things, which is okay if it is done in an environment where you're both sanitized. And we want to appreciate you. So I want at this moment in time just to lay out a few things. One, we will be having some presentations, and forgive us because one of the things that has happened is that some of our screens are not yet up, but we would like to be able to project a number of videos, and we will be doing that shortly. So we will be having moments when we will have visual representations of the things that we want to see around the work of children. But we will also have a moment that will allow for us to be able to also interact with those who are online, and therefore we'll also be projecting those that are part of the online audience into this room. That makes it a different kind of arrangement for those of us who have been in physical conferences only, because we will now be having a blended presentation going through the entire time we're here. We are expecting His Excellency the Governor to join us, along with the County Commissioner and the Deputy Governor, the Speaker, and a couple of First Ladies that are actually coming to be with us. So we want them to join us together with the VC of this university who will be here. And that will mark the commencement of the official opening of this particular program. So bear with us as we collect them as they come from different locations. We will be able to start together with them at once. I'd like to mention that we have washrooms or restrooms to my right, which is to your left. There's a block there that has been specifically designated for your use. You can use it as and when you need to. We will be serving tea, and we will also be serving meals in the course of this day for those of you who are here, based on what we had communicated to you in our invitation. So tea will be served in the open, right under these shades that we have behind the tents. We're going to make sure that that is done, and in the next few minutes we will be having our first break to take our cup of tea and some snacks there. And then lunch, we will walk towards the back end of this university, and we will be guided by ushers who will take us through to where we will have. Then I would like to mention also that in terms of our security, please ensure that you keep your bag next to you and have it with you all the time. In as much as we have security within the room who are incognito, I would like to request that if it be possible, ensure that you actually keep your goods next to you, and if anything, please make sure that you also alert us if you lose anything so that we can announce it here. We will be providing you with water. I think every one of you should have a bottle of water. This is a place that needs you to keep hydrated. That is something that you'll be having the ushers supporting you with. As you walk into the room, you will be given a bottle of water. You will find one under the chair that you're sitting in. I also just want to mention that our program runs for 3 days. Each one of you should be having a copy of this. So each day we anticipate that we will be starting at 8:15, latest 8:30. Today has been an exception, being the first day, and again I want to seek your indulgence in understanding the delay in starting. We recognize that that's a lot of valuable time that has possibly gone without us having gotten engaged. I'm holding on for the Total News team to be able to have our first presentation come on, and therefore I hope that they're working on making sure the projector is going to be working. We will have a number of children's presentations that are going to come through. Understand why we do not have children in the room, because we also want to keep them safe. This is their conference, it's about them. We wouldn't want to have this conference without them, and therefore we request that you understand why we have not brought children into the room because of the COVID protocols and the fact that they are also in school at this time. Having said that, I just want to recognize our presence, different counties. So I know that it's not in order for me to start with the host county, but I want to start with county 001. 001, Mombasa, tulikuwa huko. Haya, mapigiwa makofi kabisa. Thank you so much for coming from county 001. Last year, 2 years ago, you hosted us, and you said you would need to come. I hope that the rest are on the flights coming, so that we will have more representation. But thank you very much for coming to join us, Madam Director. We appreciate your presence. Asante sana. And I would just like to recognize the fact that as we do this, if you can let us know if there's a CC director present, then we will also get to know who's there. Is Kwale County here? Kwale. Kilifi? Aha. Coast inaonekana Taita. And I'm not asking for Regina to raise her hand. Is this Taita? Taveta County? Okay, let me go then in the order that I know. I understand that we have Embu County in the room. Embu. Yes, let's appreciate them. Well done. Thank you so much, Embu, for making it. Well done. Meru. Do you have anybody from Meru? Tharaka Nithi, where they have the first creche made in the market for children and their mothers. It's a lovely place. Tharaka Nithi? Okay. Nyeri County? Okay, maybe I should just ask Central. Nani amekuja kutoka Central? Any other person from Central? Eastern Province. Kitambo. Eastern Region. Ya sasa. Anyone from the Eastern Region? Machakos? Makueni. Where we had the First Lady chair coming from? All right. I know they are possibly online, and I don't want to ignore that. So if the online audience is responding with a raised hand, please let me know. Totemis and the crew there, so that we can appreciate them. We have Nyamira County. Nyamira. Okay. Kisii. I'm now in the Lake region. Kisii. All right. Homa Bay. Homa Bay. Untieka. Hey, stood it up. Good, well done. Homa Bay. Na situwapigia makofi. Ukisimama hata utahitaji makofi. Haya, sawa. Asante. Homa Bay. Kisumu seat. Our neighbors right across. Hey, let's clap for Kisumu. Well done. Thank you very much, Kisumu. I want to look for Trans Nzoia County. Trans Nzoia. Bomet County. Yes, tumpigia makofi sana. Asante sana Bomet. Well done. I'm looking for a county called Busia. Wako pia, makofi kwao. Thank you very much. We will recognize every one of you in terms of your positions later on. For now, we thank and appreciate you all for coming. Then we have a county that is called Bungoma tusimame, nimejua mko. Thank you very much. We know your First Lady is also here, and we appreciate even Busia and Nyamira. Then we have a county that is called Kakamega. Okay, sawa. Kakamega will definitely join us, I'm sure, at some point in time. We appreciate you. Uasin Gishu County. Kericho, where they are doing some good work with the tea estates for children. Kericho County. Kericho hawako. All right. Which other county have I left out? Because I know that there are many. Nairobi County. Apigie makofi. Wapo pia. Nairobi County are here. Awesome. Thank you very much, Nairobi County. Which other county? I know, I'm looking at the counties. There's a county called Migori. Migori student. Migori. I can see you, well done. I actually was leaving that because of Carolinda, but Migori County is here, and we appreciate you. Then, sorry, I'm seeing. Sorry, he was signing to me that I should ask about Wajir County. Wajir and Garissa. The eastern counties, I know that they are possibly online. Quite a number of them are online. So, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo County, Kiptis and Company, Baringo County, Nakuru County, okay, Laikipia, Nyandarua. Any county I have forgotten and you are in the room from those counties? Yes? Kajiado. Salaon. Pole. Kajiado County, let's clap for them. They are here in full swing. Thank you, Immaculate, for making sure that they came. Sante sana, well done. And I'm sorry, I live in a neighborhood, around that area, so it's really nice to know that you're here. Okay, fine. So, we have another county, yes. Turkana, hey, my apologies. My apologies. I sincerely apologize. Turkana County, I worked in this county in 2013 to 2016. So, well done. Thank you very much for coming, Turkana County. Asante sana. We really appreciate you. All right, so partners that are present. I know that we have quite a number of partners, but before we go to partners, sorry? Siaya County are not present. Is Siaya County present? No, I know that Siaya County is not present. So we are in Siaya, but they are not present. So Siaya, Siaya Kababa, let's see you stand up, Siaya. All of you from Siaya. All right, well done, Siaya. Give them a bigger clap, people. They have done well to be here. Asante, Siaya. I was not going to say it now, but because you've chosen to bring the table before yourselves, acha mkae hapo basi. Now, there is a team that has come from Nairobi, the national government, Ministry of Education. Tuanze hapo kwa elimu tuone kama wako. Serikali kutoka kwa Ministry of Education. Thank you. High-powered team from the Ministry of Education. I have also seen the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health. Elsa and team. Stand up. Hey, wakubwa ndio. Clap for them. This is the Ministry of Health team. Do you have any from the ministry previously referred to as the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and now we have the Ministry of, yes, makofi kwake kule nyuma. So are you now under the Ministry of Gender, Social Protection and all, or you are still there? Sasa makofi kwake. Then is there anybody from any other ministry from Nairobi? Anybody? The Council of Governors. Any representative from the Council of Governors? The Council of Governors? Anyone here? All right. Then I see a hand there. I don't know if that's the Council of Governors, sister. Okay, no. All right. Then we have the Lake Region Economic Bloc. They are our hosts also, and they are here. Lake Region Economic Bloc. Please stand. Let's appreciate Easter and the team from the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Santeni sana. These are the people that are going to take this to the next level. And then I want now to recognize the partners that are here. We have UNICEF. Can we see you? UNICEF, asante sana, well done. We have CRS, mameni tuwaone, hata kama sisters muko. AOSK is part of CRS, yeah? Na salimu sana, asante, thank you for coming. We have Child Fund, mapigie makofi wako hapa. APHRC wapigie makofi wako hapa. World Vision iko hapa. World Vision. Clean Start. Wale ambao well done. Hawa wanashiriki na watoto wetu katika mainly the prisons. That's very good. Little Rock. Wapi Little Rock? Little Rock. They are little but they are a rock. Wako wapi? Wako mahali hapa, ninajua Lily yuko. She's handling the first ladies. Mothers to Mothers. Thank you. Good to see you, Mruka. We have uthabiti. Wanathibitisha na kudhabiti. Haya, Leonard and your team, well done. Thank you for coming. Save the children. Save the children. Wow, a powerful delegation from Save the Children here. Wapigiwe makofi. We have Kanko. Simama tukuone Steve Konya, asante sana, and your team. Build Africa. Where is Build Africa? We want to build Africa. Build Africa, are you in the room? We have AKDN, the Aga Khan team. The Aga Khan team, Aga Khan University. Are you present? Kidogo, well done. Simameni bwana, mnapiga hiyo watu tutataka kuona. Hamko kidogo sana. These are the Kidogo people. Thank you. I can see the CEO is also here. We appreciate you for coming. Upward bound. Tunaenda juu. Upward bound. Luala Community Alliance. Luala, simameni. Hey, thank you and well done, Carolina, for your team supporting us. Community Initiatives Agenda, CIA. Where? Ni wakali na ni wa Masai. Simama. Community Initiatives. Ametoka nje. Salaon. ABS Nyanza. I saw my friends from ABS. ABS Nyanza. Wako wapi? I know ABS were here. ABS. Okay. GDI, the Global Development Incubator. GDI. SWAP. Well done. Let's clap for SWAP. They are also here. It is the Safe Water Group. Then we have Afghan wako wapi? Afghan, pigia makofi, kuna daktari kule, asante sana. Then we have KNET. KNET, nimeona wakiwa mahali. KNET should be out there. Then we have PATH. Wapi PATH? PATH, I can see you, Dickens, and the team, well done. PATH is here. Who else have I left out? Is there any other partner that is in this room that I have not mentioned? Yes, which one? Again? KU tunataka kuongea na wao saa hizi. I'm going to academia right now. Faraja, sorry. Faraja, hey, simama ma'am, let's see you. We want to know that you are Farijikad. Asante. Faraja, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Any other partner that I have left out? Who? No, this is academia. Academia, I'm going to them shortly. So academia, now that we started with KU, Wapi Daktari and their team, thank you very much. That's Kenyatta University. They are hosting the ECD Network and we want to appreciate them. KU, asante sana. Daystar University. I saw Dr. Amanda, but they are here also with us. Let's clap for them, appreciate them too. Where is Joust? The hosts. Joust, yes, led by Dr. and the rest of the team. We'll still be introducing many of you later on. Asante sana. Do you have anybody from Moi University? We had a number of registrations from Moi University. Maybe they are not here yet. Maseno. University. We've always had you present in our conferences. Maseno? Okay, possibly coming later. How about the Eldoret University? Okay, Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro Kibabi. All right, looks like in the Lake region we need to talk to those universities and make them come closer. Kisii University, are you here? Any other university present? From the coast, from Nairobi University? University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University. The University of Nairobi? All right, fine. So let's appreciate ourselves. Tujipigie makofi kwa kuwa tuko hapa wote. And if you can do it, I want to ask a sign language person to teach us how to clap so that we can clap together for ourselves. Please show us how it is done. Can you do what is being done by the sign language interpreter to just show that you are appreciating yourselves for being part of this conference? So, I've lost. I want to say thank you for that opportunity of getting to know who's in the room. So our program is starting now, proper, and Total News, are we ready with the projection? Like I said again to those who are here earlier, please make sure that you look at the last pages that have got the transcripts or of the list of presentations that we're going to be looking through. I'd like us to take time to go through each one of them so that it is possible for us to where we will go. On me again, I will stop speaking. Yes. Just some guys. Okay, so I'm made to understand that His Excellency the Governor is here, together with the First Ladies. They are ready and they want to come and be part of the opening ceremony. So when they come in, we will have the national anthem played and the East African anthem, and then we will kick into the proper sections of the program. I am at that place where I would like to know, is the presentation available for us to begin seeing what we wanted to see on the screen? Total News? Sorry? Okay, so if I give them a short while, I'll need guidance on what short while means. We need to be able to move. So just a minute as they... There is the jingle, the Siaya Early Childhood jingle. Nyafi and Mwandu. Okay, so while they're doing that, just to be able to explain something about the Breakaway sessions, as most of you are able to see from the program, We intend to have these breakaway sessions running from today to Wednesday. And we will have concurrent sessions, meaning that they'll be running at the same time. Just for information, if you will have looked at the transcripts and been able to find out what it is you are interested in listening to, we have indicated in the program, for instance, today, the first 2 concurrent sessions will be in breakout room 1, which we will direct you to. It is within the lecture areas. And then we have a breakout room 2. So the breakout room 1 will be focusing on COVID-19 and childcare. This is the pandemic that has hit us, and how has it affected childcare. We'll also be talking about teen motherhood and the plight of children who are born to mothers. In fact, the language should be children born to children. So we need to be able to look at this in that first session that will take place immediately after the official opening ceremony. And then in breakout room 2, we will be talking about childcare in urban informal settings. I love the use of urban informal settings. We have moved away from talking about slums, and that is the correct language. So children in urban informal settings and how they are cared for will be one of the areas that we'll be focusing on. So there are quite a number of abstracts that are being placed in here for you to be able to look at. Choose if you want to be in that room. It will also be an opportunity for us in that second breakout room to talk about the nurturing care framework. And those of us who are in this room, I hope you understand that the nurturing care framework is basically a roadmap of actions that we intend to take in order to secure the future of our children. So the nurturing care framework and child care in diverse religious and cultural settings, along with protection and then also safety in child care. So we'll be looking at children from different environments, looking at the experiences that they have gone through and what most of those of us who are in this room have done in order to ensure that there is equity and above all that no child is left behind in terms of receiving service. So I would like to just mention the fact that we've actually indicated for you the various paper writers, the abstract writers, those that will be making the presentations. May not be the entire group but one person, but you can see that we have listed that on pages 11 up to page 13. So if you look at that section, it's important for you to identify where you would want to go. That's significant because we want to inform practice through research. And as we are moving into those breakout rooms, we will also be having rapporteurs. These sessions are live, so if you have a link, you'll be able to see yourself on screen. By your having come into this conference, we are basically taking into account the fact that your consent is already given to us to be able to broadcast, and when you see your face in whatever media, it is only for the purposes of this conference that is one that is not intended for commercial gain or for any reasons. This is to advance the agenda of children in this country, and we therefore would want to also set an example for the global community to know what it is that we do for children in these early years. Having said that, these presentations are also going to be recorded, and if you need to get this later on, we'll be able to provide you with a copy of these presentations. So overall, there are 7 papers that will be presented under COVID-19 and childcare, and then we will have 7 papers again presented on childcare in the urban settings. Then we will have 4 papers that will be presented on the nurturing care framework. When I talk of papers, academic engagement, we are trying to also make sure that our operational research informs practice, and we have to make sure that what we present can also be globally validated and be seen to actually be setting the precedent for what we would like to see from. So that is what we are going to have in those breakout rooms, rich menu for each one of us to engage in. And I want to appreciate that all of you who are here are intent on learning. So this is an opportunity to find out what will inform policy. So this is a very, very rich place for you. Look at the spaces that are opening up for us to be able to plug in and to get spaces that we can improve our policy environment to make it possible for the children of our country.
All right, thank you very much. And this is the fourth ECD conference happening at the Siaya County. And this is, we are expecting the governor, Siaya County, to be here in a few. But before we continue, as you can see, the program is already going on, and we are waiting for the governor to come in before we receive a keynote address. So let me talk to someone from the Lake region. Just karibu sana. I can see your name, please.
My name is Esther Okello. From the Lake Region Economic Bloc.
So, Esther, what are we expecting from this conference or from the Lake Region? Are we expecting any governors to be here anytime soon?
Well, in our coordination, yes, indeed, we are expecting the governors to be here to support this program. I'm told that already there are first ladies that have already arrived to support the program.
So apart from the governors, who else are we expecting from the county, from the Lake Region counties?
Basically, we have representation from across the Lake Region Economic Bloc. First, we have the Secretariat staff who are already here, and then various directors and chief officers of education whom we work with closely at the Lake Region Economic Bloc. They're already here.
Now, maybe did you extend any invitation to the rest of the governors or the chair of the Council of Governors and all other governors from other counties?
Basically, an invitation was done to all governors across Kenya. Yes. So we are expecting that they could be coming.
And also, apart from the Lake Region, who else do we expect, or the CECs, or who else do we expect generally?
Yeah, basically, just like I've said, there is representation from across. Already, a few countries have been represented. I've seen Bomet, I've seen Busia, I've seen Homa Bay, I've seen Migori, I've seen Turkana, I've seen quite a number of counties are already represented.
Yeah, and as a Lake Region counties, what are your expectations from this conference, given that this is happening in this county for the first time, and it's the fourth conference happening, two having been held in Nairobi and one in Mombasa County?
Basically, I could say that this program has come in very handy, especially for the Lake Region Economic Bloc and Siaya County, because we intend to upscale a program that was piloted in Siaya County 5 years ago to the rest of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. The program is basically on nurturing care for early childhood education, which we are soon upscaling to the rest of the 13 counties.
All right. So what would you say about this program, the nurturing care program in Siaya County? Would you say maybe it has been a success, or there are areas that we expect that, from this conference, things will move forward smoothly?
I could say that having done a rapid assessment, I think there are consultants who are already doing a rapid assessment on the impact of the pilot program that was done in Siaya County. And because it was a success, that is why we are upscaling it to the Lake Region Economic Bloc.
All right, thank you very much. So as you can see, now the conversation continues, and we are expecting various governors and other guests, invited guests from across the country to participate in this. And we also have partners, the NGOs across that are coming to be part of this. We have UNICEF, representatives from UNICEF. We have representatives from World Vision, Child Fund, and other organizations that deal with the children. So I'll take you and give you a look at maybe some of the things that are happening here. We have the various desks that have been placed here, and there are showing us the kind of products that they have in relation to children. And I'll walk you in to maybe a few of them to get to hear from what they are doing here, and maybe what are the expectations from them, so that we can just have a feel of what is happening here. Maybe let me hear from Sally Mora. Maybe she will introduce herself and give us what are your expectations from this?
My expectations are to be able to spread advocacy around issues for early childhood. We are happy that this is the 4th National Stakeholders Conference, and I like the fact that most, if not majority, of the counties in Kenya are represented here today. It shows us that indeed the child's voice is being represented, it's being heard, and for the efforts that are being put summatively from government, from private sector, from institutions, from academia, all these efforts that are being put to enable the life of a child to be better. These are the small steps that are going to endeavor towards that end goal. So yeah, my name is Sally. I'm the Programs Liaison Officer for ECD Network for Kenya. I'm excited.
Yeah. So Sally, what apart from the governor for Siaya County, who else are we expecting to be part of this meeting?
Currently, we have 10 First Ladies from the LREB region that have confirmed that are actually with us presently here. The governor, as our chief guest, is about to walk in shortly. I'm being informed it's 5 minutes away. We have had representation from UNICEF. We've had the DG share his remarks. We've had a speech rather from various members. We have Madam Florence here, the Kenya Prisons General. So I'm really excited. This is just some of the few people that are here. So yeah.
So what maybe from learning from the previous ECD conferences that have happened in Mombasa, in Nairobi twice, what do we expect here that maybe didn't happen in those other counties?
Scale up. We came to Siaya to see for ourselves what nurturing care has been done here and the efforts that have been put by this county government, and particularly as a voice of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, just to show a token of what they're doing. So this scale up is what we are hoping to have in other counties. Whatever we learn here today in Siaya, by the end of the 3-day conference, when we get to select the next destination, we will be scaling up the lessons that have been taught here.
All right, thank you very much. So that was Sally from the ECD Network. She's a programs manager, and she has highlighted to us what the expectations are from this meeting. And now let me take you to, there is a team here that is showcasing the various products or what they do in relation to children, and specifically the nurturing care program that is happening, and one of the key areas of focus of this conference. Let me hear from maybe a friend from around this desk. All right, tell us about yourself, your name, and maybe how's the feeling about around here?
Yes, my name is Deacon Somedo from PATH. Yeah, PATH is one of the partners that is working on the ECD activities in Siaya. And yeah, we are happy to be here today just to participate in this conference and to showcase what we are doing for the young child.
All right, so what specifically are you showcasing in this desk?
Okay, so for this desk, we are actually showcasing what we do at the facility and community. So at the facility level, we do training for healthcare providers to be able to provide nurturing care for children. And at the community, we also do children development and monitoring. And these are some of the items or materials that we use to integrate nurturing care into the health system.
All right, thank you. So these are the items that he's speaking about the nurturing care program, and this is maybe you can show us how do you use this, and maybe how do you expect children to use this? Someone please to just explain to us. Yes. So okay, tell us about this program.
We normally make play items, locally made play items, and we use the locally available materials that are attractive and child-friendly, of course, considering the safety of the children. So we've trained healthcare providers and community health providers, and they cascade the same to household level, so that caregivers can be able to make nice, attractive, safe play items for their children. what we are considering is we want to encourage we encourage locally made, since one, not all caregivers are able to afford monies to buy play items for their children, and then two, it's more of creative. It's more it's educative. You want to ensure that there is creativity and innovativeness when we are coming about when you are making the play items. So what we are doing, we want them to we make them. We use this as demonstration at facility level.
Now, maybe why are these products very important to children?
Okay, one, they stimulate. They help the babies to stimulate. They stimulate the babies. They make them to be more of innovative, creative, and then three, socially. Babies, they become social as they play with others. They learn how to interact with other children, to interact with their parents. It creates that bonding between a parent or a caregiver and the baby as they play, as they use the play item to play. It also improves language when they're playing. If there's this talking, you communicate when they talk to each other, or between a parent and a caregiver talking as they play. It enables baby to improve in communication skills.
All right. Thank you very much for that robust explanation. You've heard it's about making children and just basically strengthening children in terms of reasoning, in terms of their relations with people, in terms of their growth, in terms of their maturity, and getting to understand how things work. Before I take you back to the hall or to the room where the session is happening, we have another desk here from this is Madrasa. Hi. Let's hear from Madrasa. Madrasa, I understand, is a publishing company. All right. Yes, tell us about yourself.
Thank you very much. Madrasa is a non-governmental organization that partners with the Aga Khan Foundation. So the main aim of having this body in Kenya is to facilitate learning, especially in young ones, the preschoolers. As you know, preschoolers definitely they require a lot of materials for them to enhance what they grasp right from home. So material development is what we normally focus on, and especially when we deal with materials that are locally available, that each and every school can as well acquire the resources easily to make. For example, if you look at our stall, you realize that most of these materials are made from locally available resources. We have a variety of materials based on the skills or activity areas. Like those ones are cutouts made of wood, and they help us in enhancing language. We have the language cutouts for letters and sounds. Like this one is a sound that is made from wood, which can easily be obtained. We also have, these ones are also sounds, and you can see the sound is made on a cutout from a carton, easily be we
Will you join us online? Presumably. Then finally, mainstreaming appropriate quality disability intervention mechanisms. Rafael Owako, the tallest man, where are you? You'll actually possibly present it online too. Now, I have just received a signal that the governor is here and is walking into this room in the next few. So in a minute, I would ask all of us to stand, and the first ladies will also be with us shortly. So they are walking towards this end. So atakapoingia ninaomba tafadhali tutapata kusimama. I will learn how to do protocol for government. But I know that my colleague Oscar Abwambie is supposed to be here to join me and support. Oscar, where are you? Wambie, the comms director, Siaya County. Kwa hivyo kile nitakachoomba, could we still move down? Let's fill these seats. Unajua serikali inataka kuona watu, sio viti. Ninaomba tafadhali wale mlio juu. Those of you who are up there, please let's move a little bit and let's fill this section of seats. It will be helpful for us. Just a polite request. It's a polite request for you who are up there to come down and let's fill up some of these chairs. And I understand the COVID protocols are still in play. Don't move the chairs. Okay, I've seen one movement. Thank you. At least it's like an answered prayer when you are calling for people to get saved. Amen. Asante sana. Okay. The jingle, is it now? Each time that jingle plays, the children are celebrating the fact that they are being given the opportunity to grow in an environment that is promotive of thriving for them. So they play, they actually are able to explore their environment. These children are also allowed to be able to experiment and discover new ways in which, their brains can therefore be then wired better. So we appreciate Siaya County for that jingle that plays on local stations. So I was made to understand I'm talking to people who will be walking in, and I noticed that there's some movement. CC governance and CC education, karibu sana. Asante sana. Madam Dorothy and Madam President. Karibuni sana.
All right, thank you very much. Remember, this is the 4th ECD conference happening here at Siaya County. It's one of its own happening for the 4th time in this country, in Kenya, and it relates to children. So we're expecting the governor to be here in a few minutes, but he already came in and is currently meeting the Vice Chancellor for the university JUICE, that is the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. And as we wait for the governor to come in, I was earlier giving you a brief or showing you the kind of materials that have been made here by the different organizations represented in this event. And the main reason is to ensure that, you know, we have children who are active, we have children who are grown very well, and maybe one of the key areas that they're focusing on is the growth of children and the general growth and understanding of children on various issues. So, and we are at this is a desk, Smart Start Siaya. Kindly just introduce yourself and tell us what is this about? What is Smart Start, and what do you do? What do you deal with?
My name is Jojo Kello. I'm a member of the Smart Start team. The Smart Start team does a lot of oversight, community engagement, and then our key focus is there on the play, hold, and talk. But as you can see, we have a number of different items here. Like one is a male champion guidebook. We have a tip card. And we have also the play aspect that for Luo, this is holding your child, you play, you talk with the kid. Those are the key things that we tend to promote. Yes, equally have the play items here with us. On the play aspect, you'll find that we'll encourage parents, the primary caregivers, to play with their kids as they talk to them. And besides here, we also have the champion jackets. For those who are trained on ECD, they should be champions, so that if somebody asks you, what is Smart Stats here? You're saying, oh, Smart Stats here deals with the 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's why we have everything here in place. As you can see, the brighter colors. These are equally used for playing with our kids. You will want to know, can a kid identify a color? So that is the key thing that Smart Stat does. Besides, I have my coordinator here. She can also add you 1 or 2.
My name is Nancy Juma, the project officer for Smart Start Siaya in the office of the First Lady, Siaya County. And Smart Start Siaya is the coordinating team that coordinates ECD in the entire county, both for the departments, the 10 departments in the county, the leadership, which is the key executive committee, and also the partners. So among the activities that are conducted by the partners, by the county on ECD, this office is the one that coordinates and supports the ECD activities. There are a number of activities that are done on sensitization, policy making, and decision making on ECD. We have the governor is the drive for nurturing care for ECD in the county. The patron is the First Lady for the county for ECD. And we have all the 10 departments as the multi-sectoral team heading nurturing care for ECD in the county.
All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So the conversation continues, and we are waiting for the county governor, the governor for Siaya County, that is Colonel Rasanga, to be here. Remember, he just came in, but he's currently having a meeting with the Vice Chancellor Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. So what is happening now is we are waiting for the governor to come out of the meeting or at the Vice Chancellor's office. Then he will head direct to the meeting to open the conference officially. And remember, we also have a number of First Ladies from the different county governments who are already in the vicinity, and we are also expecting them to be coming in. Now, remember, this session, this conference has different sessions, and among the sessions that there will be breakaway rooms that will involve a presentation from the various academicians who will be presenting their abstracts on the different subjects or the subjects of the different subjects of focus in relation to children. So we're expecting that to be happening from today. We shall have breakaway rooms later in the day. Tomorrow we shall be having breakaway rooms, and also on Wednesday, which is the last day, we shall be having the different academicians making their presentations. So we expect much happening here, and maybe I can also take you again to another table that is like one of the partners also have their booth here, and maybe they will just explain to us what they are doing, and maybe what they're expecting from this meeting, and what they do in relation to children. This is the Luala Community Alliance, and they will tell us more. Maybe just tell us, what's your name?
My name is Dennis Athiany. I work with Luala Community Alliance, and we are implementing a project in the community through CHWs, implementing nurturing care through community health strategy.
So from your experience working with the community, how important have the materials that you have here been to the community, and especially to the children that you're focusing on?
Our program is mainly entailing in 5 main components. One of the components is opportunities for early learning. So one of the components is now use of play as a means of child development. Like, for example, from us, you can see in our stand here, we are having the CHWs train the mothers on how to develop locally available toys from locally available materials. So the mothers do not have to have the perception that toys really need to be bought. So they can use anything within their disposal to make locally available toys. We have pegs which are locally available. They could be used for sorting according to colors. We have plates which the child can use to bang, which is also a developmental milestone activity. So generally we are using one of the components in nurturing care to bring out the essence of importance of play. Also, we have a picture book here, which is also made from locally available materials, which have cuttings in which a mother can be able to, or a father can be able to read stories, create stories from the pictures that we are having. So essentially we say children develop more due to development of their brains through play. So play is also a focus of one of the items that we work on in the community. So we also use the CHWs to develop these materials, and also use the mothers within the community through sessions that we go through these books. We call them parenting sessions, where the mothers are taken through sessions where after all they get to graduate and have an IGA that would support them after they graduate.
All right, thank you very much, Bwana Dennis, for that elaborate explanation on how you're using these locally locally made materials to ensure that children grow in a very good way. Children understand, or a way that ensures proper development of children's proper development of children's brain. Thank you very much, and sorry, there's a lot happening here, so don't mind. Now we have another desk here from the Siaya County government. And one of the things that one of their key focus, they have also materials for education. Maybe they will just explain to us what is this about. And
they are wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm here with the director. This is the director, ECD Siaya County, and he's a very powerful person in there. He's making a great contribution in the development of ECD in Siaya County and also across the country. Maybe just tell us about your name and why you think this conference is very important to everybody that deals with children.
Actually, that is wonderful. Just as I said, Mr. Omiti Gijon, Mr. Omiti is the director of ECD in the mighty county government of Siaya. This conference, actually, it was birthed some few years ago, and it has been happening on a rotational ground. Last year, but one, we were at the coast, that is County 001, and then it was unanimously decided that the fourth conference be held here in Siaya, owing to the several good things that we have been doing in the parlance of ECD. So why we feel, and we strongly feel that this conference should continue being there is that, number one, it brings that much needed cohesion which has been a key thing within the county government, Kenya as a whole. It brings Kenyans together on this journey of ECD. Number two, it's during this forum that we also deliberate and borrow leaves from other counties. Counties would come, we come together, and then as presentations are made, you also borrow leaves from other counties so that when you go back, you can also implement probably whatever you've not been doing back at your county level. And number three, I would say, it also helps us to soul search and probably get ways of mitigating the challenges which are actually facing this subsector, which is very important because it's the foundation of education. So it's so important because we come together and then we deliberate and then we see the best ways of how to push ECD ahead.
So we're expecting the governor to come in. What are you expecting maybe from the county government and also from the other officials across the country?
Yeah, actually the governor has a lot that I know he will be presenting. Number one is some of the best practices that we have actually done in ECD. Siaya actually we are leading when it comes to the ECD prospects. And number two, you will also be telling the whole world that Siaya actually has been implementing what you know very well, the Nurturing Care for ECD program, which is actually being implemented here in Siaya for the Eastern African region. So we are actually the implementing county, and then other counties now can borrow leave from us here. So you expect the governor to strongly talk about that and also to welcome everybody here and also to showcase that actually Siaya is the bedrock of ECD and education in general.
So sir, you're one of the people implementing ECD
Yes.
in Siaya County.
Yes, yes.
What do you think is maybe standing out for you as a county?
What is standing out for us as a county and Kenya as a whole is number one, how we are actually managing ECD in a multi-sectoral way. Here in Siaya, ECD is not just left to the Department of Education. All the 10 departments have joined hands in ensuring that issues to do with ECD are handled. Whether you go to Department of Agriculture, whether you go to Department of Health, you go to Water, they are handling the issues of ECD together. And number two, it is led from the top. So yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm reliably informed that the county governor of Siaya County is coming in, and as you can see, the different officials are coming in. The county governor of Siaya County, that is Dr. Cornel Rasanga, is coming in now. The county governor, Siaya County, is coming in now. You can also see the First Lady, Siaya County. So it's quite an interesting day here, as you can see. And the county governor, who is the chief guest in this meeting, in this conference, is coming in, and we're expecting him to give an opening remarks before the conference kicks off officially, and before also we continue with the rest of the activities to be happening here.
Governor, karibu sana. Appreciate your presence. The ministers present, the CSCs present, karibuni sana. The first ladies walking in from Busia, Siaya, Nyamira, Bomet, karibu from Kisumu, first lady, asanteni sana, karibu. Tusinyamaze, tupige makofi kidogo, tufurahie people who have come to support us. We appreciate you all for making time to be part of this big event, and we appreciate that Siaya County is hosting. Madam Mangamati from Bungoma, karibu sana. We also recognize you. Asante. Karibu, karibu, karibu. We will remain upstanding as the anthem is played.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I've had our opening prayer, Your Excellency, before we started, so we appreciate Asante Sana. We may take our seats. Thank you very much for making time to be with us, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor. We appreciate you for making time. We also want to appreciate you for making time to be with us. Welcome to the 4th National ECD Conference being held in Siaya County at the Jaramogi Oginga University of Science and Technology. Tukaribishwa hapa kwa makofi, sio kwa sababu ni mara yetu ya kwanza kuwa Siaya for this event, and we want to appreciate Siaya County for hosting us. We want to really appreciate you because we know that this is a place where lessons are picked and learned and then implemented across. So thank you very much for making time to be here today. As I said earlier, we began with a word of prayer, and now we are moving into the program proper to redeem time. I want to request Mtoto News to play for us a presentation from the children that are the owners of this conference. These children, Your Excellency, are basically speaking about what it is that we need to do for them and how we should do it. So there are a few videos we are going to request your indulgence to show you, and the members of your team, together with the first ladies who have made their time been taken time to be here. We would like to just share with you some of those experiences, and I'm going to ask members of the team around to come and help me move this podium because it is standing in the way of presentations being seen. So if there are men who are stronger than I am, mkuje mnisaidie tutoe hii hapa. The protocol team, please. Okay. Acha tufanye. Yeah, I think this is much better to allow for our teams to be able to see this presentation. So I would like to request the presentations that were pre-recorded of our children. Just to mention that we were not able to bring this room because of COVID-19 restrictions and the desire to keep them safe, but they are the 4th National ECD Conference, and we therefore want to recognize their voice as we begin, so that we have the right kind of tone set for us as we move into this session. Mtoto News, please play for us the clips and give us audio.
Colonel Rasanga, the First Lady of Siaya County, Mrs. Rasanga, Your Excellency Governors present and the respective First Ladies, all protocol observed, good morning to you. My name is Lynn Denise Oko, and I am in grade 5 at Makini Schools, Kisumu, and I am also an advocate of child online safety. I am humbled to make this presentation as you officially begin deliberations on matters about early childhood development. I would have wished to be physically present at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, but as you know, today is a school day and I have to be in class. I am sure next time I will have an opportunity to interact with all of you in a similar forum or in a different forum. I have come to learn a lot of the things I know about early childhood development from my mother, who is with you in that hall. She has a passion for children's welfare that is admirable. The development of a child starts at a tender age, and I am glad that today we are discussing how to make it better. For me and many of my age mates, all we want is a peaceful, good life where we can go to school, eat well, sleep well, and have some fun while at it. While going to school, eating well, sleeping well, and having fun as we grow, we are only asking to be safe and protected. Our society is full of many people who would want to harm us both physically and even online. As an online child safety advocate, courtesy of Mtoto News, my desire is that all children are safe while interacting with the internet and the World Wide Web. I hope that all stakeholders here physically or virtually, like myself, will spare some time and talk about these important issues and maybe come up with resolutions that will see the Kenyan child enjoying her growth to the fullest. I wish you all a successful ECD conference. Thank you.
What it is that we need to do. Those of us who are familiar with the nurturing care framework will understand that we are basically being required by the children to make it possible for them to not only have good health, adequate nutrition, responsive care, opportunities for early learning, but also safety and security. They want that from us as the caregivers. So as we think about what the children are telling us, we need to operate within the ambit of their request. So thank you very much for allowing us to be there. And Your Excellency, I believe that this is part of what it is that is your agenda. Even as you continue to deliver on the mandate of the people of Siaya, you are also listening to the voices here, and the voices are saying, remember us, we need good health, we need adequate nutrition, we need responsive caregivers and caregiving practices. We need it to be that we are given opportunities for early learning, and we also want to be able to sit in a space that is safe and secure for us to be able to realize our needs. And I appreciate the First Ladies, because in their strategic plan, they already have the nurturing care objective in it. From 2020 to 2023, they are working towards making it possible. So a big up for these First Ladies. Makofi kwao, they already have it in their strategy, and we are looking forward to working with them in that regard. So at this moment in time, Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to invite the Executive Director or the Chair of the Early Childhood Development Network, Kenya, to give her remarks. I'll ask my sign language interpreter to help me move this to the front a little bit so that she does not disappear.
Our chief guest, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Siaya County, Your Excellencies, the First Ladies from the different counties present, All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to have all of you joining us in this 4th National ECD Stakeholders Conference, both physically and virtually, occasioned by COVID-19 outbreak, which has taught us to do things differently with a new normal. Your Excellency, sir, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for accepting to be our chief guest today, but more importantly, for allowing us to hold this conference in your county. I wish to report to you that since last year, 2020, when we started planning this conference, we have received overwhelming support from your office in organizing this conference. The conference was scheduled to happen in July 2021. However, because of the COVID-19 restrictions, we were not able to have it happen. And with guidance from the governor, he advised us that let us push it forward so that we can see how the restriction goes. I'm glad today it is happening. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge all those that have made this conference to become a reality. First, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, who has been very supportive and who graciously accepted that the conference can take place. Thank you so much. The conference was planned with a very dedicated team who have worked round the clock to ensure that today we are all here. This team was drawn from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, County Government of Siaya, UNICEF, Smart Start Siaya, the Lake Region Economic Bloc Secretariat, the Kenyatta University, JOST, Institute of Human Development University, Aga Khan University, Daystar University, St. Paul University, Child Fund, Catholic Relief Services, Save the Children, Luala Community Alliance, Community Initiatives Agenda, PATH, African, World Vision, Kidogo Innovations, Little Rock, Association of Sisterhood of Kenya, Upward Bound, Mtoto News, Opportunity International, Build Africa, APHRC, Utapiti Africa, Terrace Days Homes, Clean Start, Kanko, Mother to Mother, GDI, IDEO.org, SWAP, KMET, ECD Network Board, ECD Network Secretariat, and independent consultants. Thank you for the good job that you have done. I also want to acknowledge the fact that this conference would not have happened if we did not get funding support from various organizations and individuals. And this support came from UNICEF, Save the Children, PATH, Luala Community Alliance, Catholic Relief Services, Child Fund, Aga Khan University Institute of Human Development, World Vision, African, Smart Start Kiara, KNET, Utabiti Africa, and all the participants present through their registration. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, sir, I'm sure there are those of us who are interacting with the ECD network for the first time, and they may not know what ECD network is all about and what they stand for. Allow me to take this opportunity to briefly talk about the ECD network. The ECD network for Kenya is a membership organization which was established in 2015 and registered in 2019 with the NGOs Board of Kenya. The network is coordinated by a secretariat that is hosted in the Department of Early Childhood and Special Needs Education, Kenyatta University. Our vision is to have strong multi-sectoral collaborations advancing nurturing care for early childhood development in Kenya. And for us to get there, we have a mission to promote, support, and sustain an enabling environment for implementation of nurturing care through research, advocacy, effective partnerships, coordination, and capacity development of all the stakeholders. In the last 5 years, we have been able to put systems in place in terms of having a functional secretariat. We have a board of directors who are here with us, and we have been able to start the recruitment of ECD Network members, and as we speak, we have the most critical period for survival, growth, lifelong learning, and development. The period is marked with rapid brain development, characterized by massive neural connectivity, which is needed for cognitive, social, motor, and emotional development. Evidence has shown that an estimated 250 million children under the age of 5 in low and middle income countries are at a higher risk of not reaching their full developmental potential because of various conditions that threaten their nurturing care. Therefore, things like exposure to child poverty, inadequate care are characterized by malnutrition, toxic stress, and lack of stimulation increases the risks of children not reaching their full potential. So, investing in the early years in terms of proper nutrition, both for the mother and the child, good health for children, having stimulating materials for these children, as well as having policies and legal frameworks will help create that kind of environment that we are looking for. In this conference, Your Excellence, we will focus on children in diverse circumstances, including children in emergencies, those in refugee camps, those accompanying their mothers to prisons, and those in informal settlement, as well as those in the rural. The conference, Your Excellency, has drawn participants from policymakers and leaders from national and county governments, ECD practitioners, researchers, civil society organizations, the private sector, the academia, and the media. The conference objectives are four. Number one, we want to create awareness on the need for integration of nurturing care practices in ECD service delivery. Number two, we want to advocate for systemic change through policy at national and county levels. We want to push for increased sustainable nurturing care investment in Kenya. And finally, we want to interrogate the social fabric and its impact on holistic child development. So as a network, Your Excellency, sir, what are we calling for? By the end of this conference, it is expected that we will commit to raising the profile of ECD agenda in Kenya through strategic financial investment, multi-sectoral collaboration, and engagements related to public policy processes, both at the national and the county level. Similar to the second and third conference, we are lobbying for the political leadership to prioritize ECD as a critical sector and showcase best practices from counties currently scaling up ECD initiatives, Siaya County leading. We are calling national and county governments to come up with child care facilities within the workplaces to provide care services for young mothers who are working. And there is need to formalize these caregiving services. For research institutions where Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University is involved and all those of us who are working in universities and research institutions, we are saying there is need to generate evidence on the status of children in Kenya in relation to provision of nurturing care to enable us understand how we compare with other countries. There is also need for a national parenting program for young parents to provide insights on caregiving that encourage male engagement in their children's caregiving. Finally, Your Excellency, I'm glad to let you know that the ECD Network for Kenya has developed or has reviewed her policy and developed the 2021-2025 strategic policy, which is ready for launching today. And I'm humbly requesting that today you will help us launch that. Finally, we want to tell the whole world that we are seated here discussing issues affecting children, and I want to encourage each one of us to tweet, to make noise in the social media, and our hashtag is #4ECD Conference or #4ECD, and let us, all of us, make the world know we are in Siaya and we are discussing business of children. Above all, I wish all of you good deliberations during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwoma. Thank you, Dr. Mwoma. You can give me a little oomph. I'm like a preacher also. I need to be heard. So Dr. Mwoma, asante sana for your comments and your welcoming remarks to us, especially so around the ECD Network's 4th National Conference. I think it's something to be proud of that we can actually count 4. We have done this in the last how many years? About 5 years. I think we only skipped 1 year. So we've done well because as a network, this is something that we're proud of and we're continuing to make the agenda of children a priority for us. Just for purposes of making sure that we are aware of in the room, I want to let you know that we have His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Siaya County, Dr. James Okumbe in the house, and tumpige makofi kwa kuwa yuko hapa pamoja nasi. Asante sana. And then we also have the First Ladies in the house today. I'd like to begin by recognizing the First Lady of Siaya County, the champion of ECD, Mama Rosella Rasanga. Your Excellency, we recognize you. Asante sana. We also have amongst the newest members of the First Ladies Association, the First Lady of Nyamira County, Her Excellency Emily Nyaribo. Please, mkaribisheni. Amongst us also we have the First Lady of Busia County, Judy Ojamong. Judy is my village mate, so I'm glad to see her here. Asante sana. And then we have the First Lady of Bungoma County, Her Excellency Caroline Wangamati. And we also have her in the network. Asante sana, Caroline. It's a pleasure to have you here. The First Lady of Kisumu County, Her Excellency Dorothy Nyongo. And she'll be having a big event this coming week. It's actually this week, launching some very important initiative for early childhood development in her county. We want to really appreciate her and we will support you. And then we also have the First Lady of Bomet, Mwalimu, Her Excellency Celine Barchok. We also appreciate you, a real big supporter of the early childhood agenda. Mwalimu huyo tunajua uko pamoja na sisi. Asante sana. Thank you for coming. Amongst us, we also have some ministers who are present, and I'd like to recognize them, especially so from the county government of Siaya. We have the CEC responsible for education. I'll not say all the other ministers, but I know that that's the special area. And this is Mrs. Rosnell Odondi. It's a pleasure to have you here, Sante. The CEC governance, Mrs. Dorothy Owino, we also have you here, Sante Sana. The CEC health, Wakili, Sante Sana. Then we have the county attorney, Richard Owade. Asante Sana, Ambassador. We have someone who will definitely tell us karibuni, and we have not allowed him because he will do it at the opportune moment. But we also have the VC Joust, Professor Stephen Agong. Asante Sana, Prof, for being present. We also have the DVC Academic Affairs, Professor Joseph Bosire. Asante Sana, Prof, for being present. And we have many other people here who are CC's directors from different counties, I presume. Is there any other CC from another county present? Anyone that we may have left out? No. I think the directors, we have quite a number of directors here. We have the directors of early childhood development from the counties. The directors who are here, please stand. If we could see you, all directors from the different counties. Wow, isn't that a big one? Can we clap for the directors ECD who are here? Asante Sana. We also have county directors of health. County directors of health. The directors of health, whether public or medical services, please stand. Kama kuko nae. Any director within the counties, within the municipalities that we have also, just in case you forgot, we have municipalities. Asante Sana. Do you have any other county government CEOs maybe? I don't know that we have a CEO present. I haven't seen one. You have one. Oh, sorry, my apology. Oh, which county is that, sir? Kajiado County, the CEO Health. Education? Oh my God, thank you so much. I appreciate you and for your humility even in being there. We did not know you were present. I'm made to understand that amongst us also, we have the Deputy Commissioner General of the Kenya Prison Service. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for making time. We are reforming the prison service so that we actually are able to take care of the early years in the prison sector. And this is an initiative that is being spearheaded by the network together with Clean Start and other partners such as Afghan. We appreciate you. We have a representative of the Kenyatta University Vice Chancellor, Professor Kombo. He'll represent us virtually. Okay, Sasa, thank you. That one we will be able to recognize when the speech. Having taken care of that particular component, I'd just like to mention that all the organizations she mentioned are led by people who are in this room. They are supported by people who are in this room. We have amongst us CEOs of some of these entities. We also have the Chief of Office for UNICEF. I saw Molly around. Who is she? Yes, Molly is at the back trying to become a technician. Karibu sana Molly. She's in charge of the Kisumu zonal office for UNICEF, and we appreciate your presence on behalf of UNICEF together with your team. And we have several other regional directors who are present here. So at this moment in time, allow me to invite Professor Joseph Bosire to come to the podium to make some remarks briefly. Prof, I know that you are a teacher like I am, and you know that a lesson is planned well. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MC, for these particular events. Good morning, everyone. My duty is a very simple one. And it's okay. before I do that, all of us were children at one time. And if there was anyone among us that was not a child, please raise up your hand. So that confirms that all of us were at one time at 0 years, at another time at 8 years, 10 years, even 15, 18. And therefore, I'm quite impressed that this conference has come at this time, at this moment. Very important topic about early childhood development. Yes, MC, I'm a teacher by training, and I do remember when I was going through my undergraduate education program, we discussed, we read, and we even wrote about early childhood development or early childhood growth and development. And my history is not wrong, that time we discussed the writings of Maria Montessori. I have not heard anybody criticizing that kind of model. In fact, we use it in this country. We even discussed about the Rojai, if I remember well, from the African perspective. And indeed, they are very important lessons. Unfortunately, lately, when we are admitting students for a Bachelor of Education program or for a diploma program, there are misconceptions and misperceptions about that kind of training. And yet, when you look at the papers that are being presented in this conference, there is a lot, there are so many gaps in early childhood development that we need to think about, to do research about, and to really advocate for. So I'm very happy, Madam Teresa, you've talked so passionately about this topic, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to make sufficient noise, sufficient advocacy, so that then we are able to demonstrate that this is an area that is for us to study and for us to help society about, make serious recommendations on advocacy, on policy, that will be able to perhaps encourage, jumpstart, if we've not started, and really focus on the development of this area in terms of knowledge and in terms of skills. There's a lot that I can talk about in early childhood, but you'll forgive me, then I don't go that far, so that then I don't miss the protocol that I was presented with. And you'll forgive me that when I started making my speech, I got so passionately into the topic, and in the process of talking, I realized I did not recognize the protocol. Forgive me for that, but definitely, my dear, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, whom we share a lot, we talk a lot on scholarship, that I do recognize your presence. I do recognize the presence of our First Ladies from the counties that are represented here, and thank you very much for coming. And of course, I recognize the Vice Chancellor and every other invited guests. In this university, just to mention, we are proud to be in Siaya County, and we know that if you throw a stone up from whichever part of the world, and that stone lands in Siaya, it's likely to land on the head of a professor. And this particular university is a giant in academia, is a giant in scholarship, we're also a giant in research. And I'm sure the Vice Chancellor will mention very proudly about how giant we are in that field of nurturing young talents, young skilled persons We have 8 schools, and all of them train in professional areas, from the School of Education, Business, School of Informatics, where we have wonderful programs on computer science and applied areas of computer science, School of Mathematics, or School of Biological, Physical, Mathematics, and Actuarial Science, where we train great scientists, great researchers in biology, in mathematics, in actuarial science. We have the School of Health Sciences, where we train public health officers and community development officers. And very soon we'll be launching a program in nursing. Just to mention a few of those schools that we have here that are very, very useful. Just to narrow a little bit on the School of Education, deliberately we started a Bachelor of Science degree and a diploma in early childhood development and in special needs education. In fact, we have a full-fledged department in that area. And we realize that these are 2 areas in terms of education or in terms of taking care of children that are really playing a very, very important role. Special needs education, we all know about inclusive education. We talk about the challenge that we are trying to also make sure that they become useful members of society by giving them the necessary knowledge and the necessary skills. Early childhood, where Dr. Benson Odongo plays a great role, thank you very much, Benson, is an area that we have deliberately insisted on enhancing and maintaining. Even when we have 0 admissions from KUCCPS, we still would want to maintain that program. And fortunately, this year, I think God had our serious prayers, and we have the biggest number of admissions compared to the other years. And I want to hope that if there are students of ECD in this room, they'll be able to see this and appreciate that ECD is an area that we still need more people, more researchers, more scholars to be able to come and read, think through, and give us solutions to serious problems that are in society with respect to childcare. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will stop there and invite our Vice Chancellor to come and make remarks and officially welcome you into this institution. Professor Stephen Agong.
Thank you so much, Professor Joseph Bosire, our DVC in charge of academic affairs. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Siaya County, our chief guest for this important, the First Ladies who have been warmly introduced into this particular conference, our very important guests, the CECs, the UNICEF, and many stakeholders who are here with us today. The organizers, none Madam Teresa, Dr. Teresa Moma. As a university, this midday, we are deeply delighted to be part and parcel of this great network and hosting this very important conference, the 4th conference of Early Childhood Development Network, Kenya. When we were approached about 1 year ago to host this particular conference, what came into our mind, critical role that the early childhood development process plays not only in the role of the child, but in the society at large. And if there's anything that devolution has done so well, is also to give us an opportunity not only to welcome our leadership from Siaya, but even first ladies from other counties. Can we give ourselves Can we clap for the first ladies? And our chief guest, we are really glad that when you led the team to come to the university, we are feeling nurtured now as children also, because we are being mothered by first ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, early childhood development is a very important stage that is so vulnerable but so important for the society in general. I had the privilege to do my doctorate in Germany. And that time I took a bit of time to visit the lower primary. And I noted that even in developed countries, they put so much emphasis and tag on early childhood development. In fact, they put the highest premium there. If you want to tap the talents that our DVC talked about, even when we say we are the hosts, the home of professors, if you don't put premium on the child, then we are losing the entire society. They put so much premium that they give the best teachers, the best professors, and the best educationists to nurture children at that lower level. And I'm happy that our chief guest, Siaya, together with our counties that are represented here, are putting greatest premium on children. If you want to have what we call serious game changer in this country, it has to start with the child. I want to plead with delegates who are assembled here today that indeed, if we do not put premium on the child, we would be losing our society gradually but systematically. And Madam Moma, together with the team, you may not know the seed you are planting. And that's why when you approached us, that you wanted to work with us and partner with us to host this conference, we were very generous and glad to quickly say yes, because we believe that that is the right direction. And as a university, we also put great premium on education for the early childhood. The other area where we also may need to put some little focus, even the area of children with disability. It may be so difficult to discover that a child is even struggling to see. Even a baby may not be able to see. It may be so difficult that a baby or a child may be struggling to hear. And it takes a lot of energy. I have my firstborn daughter who was actually heavily short-sighted. And quite a number of times teachers would complain about without my knowledge, without our knowledge, we did not discover until a little bit late. But when we discovered and helped this lady, she is now at the verge of completing her PhD. But we discovered around class 5, that's when we discovered that she was heavily short-sighted. So it takes a lot of pain to help the child. So I would want to plead with the delegates who are assembled here today that let us preach this gospel beyond our boundaries today. God has given us the ability to nurture these children. God has given us the ability to bring them up. God has given us the ability to educate them and support them. And with this ability that is God-given, let us support this most vulnerable group of our society, the children. For me today, our chief guest and our dear first ladies, together with all the stakeholders gathered here today, I've scanned through the objectives of the network. I've scanned through the presentations that we are going to cover over the next few days, and I'm persuaded and convinced that indeed, if we can assemble the knowledge that is going to be generated during this process of deliberation over these few days here, this knowledge will go a long way to get this country to the next level in terms of early childhood development. And with the presence of the leadership from the counties here, Madam Mwama, and even the other key stakeholders, I am also further convinced that the network is going to be heavily supported and expanded. I want also just to appreciate our local team from the university, led by Dr. Benson Odongo. I was talking to Dr. Benson Odongo. We poached him from the US. We had to bring him out all the way from the US. And he is also somebody who comes from not very far from here. He's also from the county. And I believe this network, Dr. Odongo, can be expanded and embedded with the support of the First Lady here and His Excellency the Governor and the Deputy Governor. We can get this network having even what we call a sub office at Jaramogi. If KU is the headquarter, then Jaramogi is going to be the Western and Nyanza branch. So I think I want just to opportunity once again to warmly welcome all the delegates and wish you the very best of deliberations. And with the support of our county, with the support of all key stakeholders, we look forward to what I would call not only productive, but quite engaging discourse on early childhood. May God bless you, and may God bless Siaya County, may God bless Kenya, may God bless Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. And because the DVC said that I should mention something about the research we do here, ladies and gentlemen, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology is the hub of research and a center of excellence in food security in this country. This is a project funded by the World Bank with the government of Kenya on it. And through this center of excellence, we have brought young scholars from all over Africa to school in this particular region at postgraduate at both master's and PhD. So we may be located here in Bondo, Siaya County, but we are actually a center of excellence. Apart from that, we are also having very serious research engagement in the area of universal health, natural resources, and we are tapping into the lake. Currently, we have got a big project funded by Belgium government called VLAIR, and through this project, we are looking at the lake and trying to tap at the natural resources extracted from the lake. One of those extractable resources from the lake is the lake flies, which we are extracting and turning into food for human beings and feeds for livestock and animals. Apart from that, we are also having a big project right now, which we are happy and glad to mention here, on health delivery, especially looking at HIV aid and cares, HIV treatment and care, looking at support also for the vulnerable children and orphan groups. And in this project, we are partnering with Kisumu County, where we have got a campus there, Nyamira County, Vihiga County, and Kakamega County. There is a cohort or a team that is working on Siaya, Bungoma, and even Busia that are also represented here. So with time, we hope that this project will also benefit not only the counties mentioned, but the bigger region. Ladies and gentlemen, as a university, therefore, we remain quite open to work closely with the counties around us, and particularly Siaya County. But we have also been part of the Lake Region Economic Forum, and we have signed an MOU together with the team there, and we are also a center of excellence in early childhood development and special needs in the context of the Lake Region Economic Forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you, and we look forward to also nurturing partnership, which would be much more moving away from transactional partnership what we describe as transformational partnership to help the society move forward. May God bless you and welcome again. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate the Vice Chancellor, Professor Gong. Thank you very much for welcoming us. Makofi ile ya kilo kidogo baba. Asante sana, Prof. We appreciate you. And thank you for making it clear that ECD has taken center stage in this university. We really want more advocates like him. Hebu tukubali kwamba hapa kuna kitu. Bring our people to this university and let's be able to support the programs running. Asante sana, Prof. Do you still make the biscuits out of crickets? You still do? Sawa. So there are good biscuits here that are made out of crickets, eh? And I thought that is a good delicacy. Kama hujekula jaribu. Watu wananiangalia vibaya, si dhambi. It's good food, healthy. So now, I have a request. All of us have our phones on, eh? And some of us have our laptops on. Now, we have people who are joining us online. For some of you, you will notice that our YouTube channel is running very well, but our Zoom has sort of stalled, largely because the bandwidth is extended beyond what it can hold. We want to request simply, if you can just log off the JOOST internet and allow us to be able to get bandwidth so that some of the speeches we want to hear from the online audience would come through. If you are connected to the JOOST platform, ninaomba tu tafadhali, just log off so that we can create a little more bandwidth to allow for us to run the live coverage of this event. We apologize that is what we are requesting of those of us who are in here, but from morning it's been very easy until now we are seeing that we have a saturation that is causing us to have fluctuations in that regard. So we just ask if you are on the JOOST platform, please, connected to the JOOST internet, please just log off. But having said that, how many of us have got Twitter handles? You're on Twitter. Put up your hand, please, if you're on Twitter. Now, we want you to be able to make noise. And our comms director in Siaya, Oscar, has begun something. And it's trending already. We want to make it trend to number 1. It's hashtag 4th ECD Conference Siaya. Hashtag 4th ECD Conference in Siaya. So Siaya, sorry, not with that in, but Siaya. So you can just make that trend, go to that Twitter page of yours. On Facebook, there's also something going on. You can also go to the county government of Siaya handle and like it. The page also, go to the Facebook page, go to the Twitter account and follow so that you can get updates regularly. If you do that, we will have a buzz. I heard that word here. We can create a buzz. So we want to create that buzz and make it possible for that to happen. So I was doing that so that I can get that signal also to hear that Professor Kombo is actually online because he's going to be making the remarks on behalf of Professor Wainaina of the university, the Kenyatta University. So I would like to request, is Mtoto News able to allow Professor Kisilu Kombo to make the remarks on behalf of Professor Paul Wainaina of Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University is hosting the ECD Network, and therefore they are our key allies in this work that we are doing. Is he able to come on? Yes.
Yeah,
Professor Kisilu Kombo, Karib.
Yes, I'm ready. And thank you so much for the invitation. I want to say that I'm talking on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. I will put the heart of the Vice Chancellor. Your Excellency, the governors, Your Excellency, the governors Siaya County, and all governors.
Is someone
present,
projecting?
All protocols. You can hear me? Yeah, I hope you can be able to hear me.
Okay, in case you're having challenges, we will allow Prof to speak later on. I also know that you want to try something? Okay. That we also would like to invite the UNICEF country rep to make her remarks. I don't know if she's also able to or not yet. She's able to? She's online.
MC, I'm ready. MC, I'm ready. MC.
We are pioneering in this space. You see, this is a conference that is blended in nature, so as we have these moments of technical glitches, we are learning, but we also are not giving up. We want it to happen. So we would like to see if it is possible to get these two very key partners make their comments before we move into the next phase.
But I'm saying myself, I'm ready. If you allow me, I can be able to.
Some guidance would be good. If you are successful, you let me know. But meantime, like I said, please go to your Twitter handle, check some news there. I've heard here that the early years are important. How many children are born at age 4 in Kenya? How many children are born at age 4 in Kenya? None, eh? So the early years matter. In Kenya, when we plan, when we program, when we do anything, we are looking at those children who are going to preschool, but forgetting that the early years are important. And that's a significant portion of the work that we need to do. So draw attention to the early years. If you can actually tell people children are not born at age 4, it will help us to begin targeting the children who are born at the right time and require services. And that's where Banasi Wakla would come in and say we need to give them a firm foundation, a good start. Nyathi and Mwandu Mise, Motegno, John. Bas. Are we on? I can see something happening here. My apologies for that slight hitch.
You mean you can't hear me?
If it's not really possible, we can move on to the next level and still have them make their remarks at some point. Is that Professor Kisilu Kombo? Prof?
Yes, I'm ready to present. I'm ready to present. I'm just wondering whether you can hear me from your side.
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. We can see you, and we are happy that you've joined us.
So if you can hear me, you can allow me to continue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm saying that I'm representing the Vice Chancellor. His name is Professor P.K. Wainaina, and I'm just reading the lay and written his speech with your permission. Your Excellency, the Governor, Siaya County, and all governors present, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this important discourse geared towards reaffirming our resolve to corroborate and support the Kenyan child in attaining holistic growth and development. Over the years, Kenyatta University has been on the forefront in training and capacity building of ECD personnel in the region since 1995. In the last 23 years, we have graduated over 10,000 students with certificates, diploma, bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in early childhood studies. This has been made possible because Kenyatta University has a department dedicated for early childhood and special needs education, training personnel who work in the fields of early childhood and special needs. The department is also hosting the ECD Network for Kenya Secretariat since 2016. Most of those championing early childhood advocacy in the counties, corporate organizations, and the regions are products of Kenyatta University. Some of the efforts Kenyatta University has put in place to enhance early childhood development and education in Kenya include the following. Number one, taking center stage in revamping our educational programs to capacity build the workforce in early childhood and special needs. Number two, coming up with daycare to cater for children under three years, to allow young mothers have an opportunity to breastfeed their children while working. Number three, having a primary school, that is KU Academy, providing pre-primary education for children aged 4 and 7 years. And the next number is having a health care facility that provides antenatal and postnatal care for mothers and young children. Next, partnering with other research organizations in conducting research on issues affecting children. And last is having our faculty participate in various technical working groups spearheaded by government on policy, nurturing care and curriculum reforms. Kenyatta University is keen to collaborate with other actors to find solutions that ensure children are provided with a firm foundation for their lifelong success. In view of this, I wish to make the following appeals. Number one is to urge all of us to redouble our efforts in promoting responsive caregiving for children in diverse circumstances. Number two is to consolidate resources that support well-coordinated early childhood programs across all sectors. Number three is support the ECD Network and its endeavors of coordinating early childhood activities in the country. This will advance access and quality of services for the Kenyan child. I urge you to direct all teachers and caregivers to Kenyatta University for capacity building to offer quality services to children. Lastly, I want also to bring to your attention that Kenyatta University is one of the 4 universities that managed to bid and win a tender to train teachers in the Republic. It is what is popularly known as Teacher Professional Development, or TPD. I want to say that this one will be a paradigm shift, whereby now the practicing teachers in the Republic will be taken through the new way of operating, and it is our sincere hope that once they go through the new program, they will be better teachers. So we ourselves in the university, we have representation in all the sub-counties, and there are 290. So it's my hope that as you listen to me, you will be able also to disseminate this information so that at least we can make Kenya a better place for all the children and all the students who will now go through these teachers. So with those few remarks, I want to wish all of you a fruitful conference, and thank you so much for listening to the speech of the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. I hope you have heard from my end. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Very, very audible, very clear, and you have articulated the interest of the child. I don't know. Asante. You're saying something, sir? Okay. Yeah, a big clap again to the Vice Chancellor, whose speech has been read by Professor Kombo. In fact, they have outlined how they are actually providing a holistic program in KU, not just with providing antenatal care, but they are also making sure that they walk through the life course supporting programs, and more importantly, the professional development of people. So thank you very much, Professor. At this moment in time, okay, it looks like our signal is dancing. We have the UNICEF country representative online, Maniza Zaman. Maniza, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us, Maniza? If we still have some of us who are logged on, please log off so that we can create more bandwidth. We did well with Prof. Just want to get a little more from... The fact that we are getting stuck while we are next to the screen tells me that we have a bandwidth issue. She's joining, huh? All right. So I'm told she's joining. Wangui is actually the one saying she's joining. Okay, this is a challenge. I think the network is unstable. And at this moment in time, I think I would want to ask that we move on as we try to get her to come back on. So there's the Director General of Education, Elias Abdi. He made some remarks, but before he does that, I would like to invite Bwana Moriasi to come and introduce these remarks as we move on. Bwana Moriasi is the Director of ECD in Kenya at the Ministry of Education.
Thank you, the chief guest of the day, Nana Siaya County, the deputy, the vice chancellor of this university of academics, Professor Bosire, who is with us, Dr. Teresa Mwama, who is the coordinator, ECD Kenya. I've seen a Dr. Odongo, who seems to be very instrumental. First Lady Siaya, who has made this occasion possible. Special mention, my own lady from Nyamira, who is present. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a remark before I allow Dr. Elias Abdi, who is the Director General of Ministry of Education, to make his remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Education. I want to say that it is a great occasion, and as it has been mentioned before, it is important to know that the Ministry of Education is fully behind this process, and we shall continue to work together. I want to appreciate all those officials from the various counties, the CECs, the directors of ECD, from the various counties in Kenya who are present today. I'm proud to mention that we have now started this journey of nurturing the child, looking at what's happening regarding early childhood education and development. I'm proud to mention that this hosting university just has taken the initiative of ensuring that we produce the best in terms of research in this very, very special area, ECD. I want to echo the sentiments of the Vice Chancellor that we need to have a branch in this university, and in the Nyanza region, Dr. Bosire, you have been tasked to ensure that there is a branch of ECD. You liaise with Dr. Mwama, the ECD national coordinator, to ensure that we have our own branch in this region. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Ministry of Education, I have been accompanied by a number of officers from the ministry, and specifically from the directorate. I may not mention their names. I have a number. Saying that let us have an enjoyable deliberation, enjoyable engagement during this entire national ECD conference. May God bless us all. Thank you. Please allow Dr. Abdi to talk to us. Asanteni.
Please play.
Bondo, Siaya County. My name is Dr. Elias. Greetings to you all who are participating in this fourth ECD conference held at Odinga University, Bondo, Siaya County. My name is Dr. Elias Abdi. I'm the Director General, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education. I'm joining this conference virtually from Mandera County, where I'm on official assignment. As you are all aware, when the Constitution 2010 came into being, pre-primary education has been largely devolved. The national government has been assigned some functions, while the county government has been assigned the responsibility of running pre-primary education on day-to-day basis. Since the inception of the Constitution 2010, we at the national level have been able to constitute the National Early Childhood Education Committee that basically coordinates the activities and the work of pre-primary education in the country. We usually conduct quarterly meetings of this committee every year. And at the moment, we were able to officially inaugurate and release the National Pre-Primary Education Policy and its guidelines in September 2018. This policy is expected to provide direction to the county governments that are charged with the day-to-day implementation of pre-primary education in this country. At the national level also, we have also done the curriculum designs for pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2. These designs have been developed in such a way that learning is expected to be enjoyable for these children. The aspect of teaching through play and the child-centered methods have been embedded in the designs. Accompanying these designs are also a list of recommended textbooks for pre-primary education provided by the national government to guide in the implementation of the pre-primary curriculum designs. Recently, the Parliament did release also the Early Childhood Education Act 2021, which has also been done to ensure that the county governments can also refer to this law in the implementation of the pre-primary education programs. We are also at the stage of finalizing the Kenya School Readiness Assessment tool. This is a tool that is subjected to the learners upon completion of PP2 in readiness for primary education. We have so far also been able to support the counties in terms of trainings, capacity building, and we've just recently brought together all the CECs in charge of education in all the 47 counties together with the directors of education at the county level. So as we congregate today in this conference from the 25th to 26th here in Odinga University, I will urge each and every stakeholder in this subsector to ensure to emphasize the teaching and learning at the pre-primary level. The studies have shown that pre-primary education helps in a child's emotional, social, and personal growth. We are told that the most rapid brain changes and development happen in the first years of a child's development. So to us, as the Minister of Education, this subsector is so crucial. And it has now been considered as a standalone subsector, just like primary education and secondary education. We urge our county governments also to come up with some plans in form of nutritional support to these children from poor households mainly. So I wish you fruitful deliberations during this conference. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
What steps they are taking to make sure that children in the early years are catered for. And it's important to note that the National Early Childhood Education Committee that is in place, NESEC, incorporates not just actors in the education sector, but also from the other sectors. The health sector is part of that committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Elias Abdi. And Bana Director General Moriasi, we recognize that the Ministry of Education has actually a director general, a director, for ECD at the national level. That's a big one. And we want to appreciate Bana Moriasi for being the holder of that office. Asante sana for your time and your presence, sir. Thank you very much. I see that Maniza is now on. Maniza, I'm sure you can hear me. That's the UNICEF country representative for Kenya. Welcome to the 4th National ECD Conference, Maniza. Please make your remarks. We hope the internet will be gracious to us. Thank you for your patience too. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Please confirm that you can hear me first of all.
We can hear you, Maniza.
Okay, great. Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. James Okumbe, Deputy Governor of Siaya County, Madam Rosella Rasanga, First Lady of Siaya County, all the First Ladies present, all the distinguished guests present, all protocols observed. Good afternoon to you. Before I start, let me say that in case I drop off, I freeze, something happens, I have my very good colleague who is amongst you, the chief of our zonal office that is based in Kisumu, who will then take over and just continue with my address. That is in case I drop off. So let me say, really, I'm delighted to join you here at this 4th National ECD Conference, and I'm particularly pleased to see what the theme is of this year's meeting and the rich agenda which will hone into early childhood development in particularly challenging circumstances. And I'm aware, as the speakers before me have said, that I could hear, as well as most of the esteemed guests who are here with you in person, but also online, that we're probably all aware about the importance of investing in the early years. But I think it's always good for us to give a little reminder in terms of the wonder and the potential of those early years. And in these early years of life, as you know, science tells us that 1 million neural connections are being formed every second. And this pace of neural development will never be matched in our lifetimes. And approximately 80% of the human brain is developed by the age of 3, and this increases to about 90% by the age of 5. And so this child's experiences in his or her first few years fundamentally shapes the way his or her brain grows and adapts, and can actually sketch out her future path. So one can say actually the same for malnutrition. Stunting, a form of malnutrition, is most likely to occur between the ages of 6 months and 2 years. So investing in proper nutrition during this time is also critical. And we can say the same for healthcare. The healthcare in the early years, for example, immunization, and how critical it is and how life-saving that is. So basically a time of great potential, but also a time of great vulnerability. So ladies and gentlemen, if we want to achieve and have children who achieve their full potential, which is actually their fundamental human right and enshrined in the Kenyan Constitution, they need a strong foundation in the crucial first years. And the foundations have been mentioned before: adequate health care and nutrition, opportunities to learn, protection from violence and abuse, as well as caregivers who respond to their needs with love and with stimulation. And the earlier the intervention, the better the outcomes for the child and future prosperity and sustainability of society as a whole. So what is happening globally? What I want to do in my remarks is just give a glimpse of what is happening globally and then come down to Kenya, or come up to Kenya maybe. So globally, 43% of children under the age of 5, that's 250 million children, are at risk of not achieving their potential. And this is often attributed to poverty, poor health, nutrition, and lack of early stimulation. And in our continent, in the sub-Saharan Africa region, approximately 2/3 of all children under 5 are at risk of poor developmental outcomes due to poverty and also stunting. So distinguished guests, what we know now, especially with COVID, we realize that children's crucial early development may be at an even greater risk. UNICEF has recently launched a report called Fed to Fail, the crisis of children's diets in early life. And what this found was that children under the age of 2 are not getting the food or nutrients they need to thrive and to grow, leading to irreversible developmental harm. In the 91 countries analyzed, only half the children between 6 and 23 months were being fed the minimum recommended number of meals, and just 1/3 were consuming the minimum number of food groups they need to thrive. And further analysis revealed that these poor feeding patterns have shown little improvement over the last 10 years. So children under the age of 2 are vulnerable to all forms of malnutrition. They carry the scars of these poor diets and feeding practices for life. An insufficient intake of nutrients that are found in the different food groups actually put children at risk of poor brain development, weak learning, low immunity, increased infections, and even potentially an early end to their lives. And we know that COVID-19 is making matters even worse. To form this report, UNICEF surveyed more than 1,300 households in Kenya, in Lesotho, and in Malawi. And this reveals that the pandemic continues to disrupt essential services and drive more families into poverty, and children's diets are suffering. More than half the caregivers that were surveyed here in Kenya, 53% actually, reported that their households had lower income at the time of the survey, which was June to August 2021, than they had in January 2020. More than 2 in 5 children under 2, 43%, had been fed fewer meals than in the previous month due to the impact of the pandemic. And 1 in 3 children aged between 6 and 23 months were being fed smaller quantities of nutritious foods. So beyond the worrying findings of this report, we know that COVID-19 has also compromised other aspects of child development. Research from UNICEF last year found that at least 40 million children worldwide missed out on early childhood education in their critical preschool years because of closures of childcare and early education facilities. We know that access to appropriate health and social interactions were also limited. And on top of all this, parents and caregivers have been facing extra emotional and financial strains that have compromised their ability to provide their children with the nurturing care that they need. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are gathered from academia, from county and national governments, development partners and other organizations. And we know what the facts are, and it's crucial that we collectively do much more to support young children and their caregivers, and especially so during this pandemic and its aftermath. At UNICEF, One of our global priorities is investing in family-friendly policies that can allow parents and caregivers to support and nurture their children during the most critical period of their development. And by this, what do we mean? We mean that businesses and governments should provide for the following: paid parental leave for mothers and or fathers when a baby is born. Second, breastfeeding breaks and spaces in workplaces to ensure mothers can exclusively breastfeed their children for 6 months. Quality childcare, appropriate child benefits, and integrated care and nutrition services, and education for parents on responsive caregiving. And we also call for all members of society to join hands in ensuring a childhood free from violence in all its forms. Without such policies, parents risk failing actually to bond securely with their babies in the first critical years of life. With such policies, children thrive, gender imbalances are addressed, workforce productivity increases, and GDP rises. When we prioritize early childhood development, we actually help entire societies and promote economic growth, as well as the protective and nurturing environment for children. We know, ladies and gentlemen, that Kenya is laying the foundation for every child to have the right start to life. The Kenyan Constitution prioritizes developmentally appropriate health, nutrition, child protection, and education for young children. And Kenya has also ratified the Sustainable Development Goals, which aim to ensure that all boys and girls have access to quality childhood development, care, and pre-primary education by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Children's Bill currently in Parliament that lays down some fundamental safeguards for the rights of children and provides for services for children in need of care and protection. We are very eager to see this bill adopted as soon as possible. But we know we still have a way to go in Kenya. More than a quarter of children under 5 in Kenya are stunted, and the 2019 Violence Against Children survey revealed that half of girls and boys actually experienced violence during childhood. And we are determined as UNICEF to help Kenya invest in early childhood development and accelerate these investments. And I'd like to highlight, as I come to the end of my address, a few things that we're doing in partnership with the government of Kenya. Currently, UNICEF is supporting the government of Kenya through a consultative process with counties and stakeholders to update and revise the Kenyan early childhood development policy. In education, we have supported the creation of national early childhood development committees and have been training teachers on early childhood development. In nutrition, our focus has been to reduce stunting in the high prevalence counties. We have also embarked on a program with the government and the World Bank to link cash transfers to parental counseling, targeting families who are expecting a baby or have children under 2. And we work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance to implement workplace support for breastfeeding. In the health domain, we work with the Ministry of Health and counties to make sure that pregnant women and newborns have access to high quality healthcare, including checks on babies' developments. And we have been working closely with the government and partners to support the development of a national parenting program. And we could go on. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important to realize that our work in UNICEF spans the area of policy development and legislative support, to supporting the national and county systems deliver quality services for children. We help coordination of integrated approaches at local levels. We work to reach families and communities with information on key care practices for optimal childhood development. We have supported community ECD work in Nyalenda, one of the informal settlements in Kisumu. We have worked hand in hand with the county government of Siaya, Samburu, Garissa, Turkana, to name only a few. Our main aim is to work with local actors and county governments so that there is a pathway to scale and to sustainability. Without this, we may have many fragmented and very noble efforts across the country. But what we actually need is the acceleration of ECD services at scale, with sustainable financing and with robust stakeholder engagement approaches. So we do need to focus on these specific aspects. Hence, my hope for this conference is that there is a determined effort to discuss both the inclusive ECD services, which is the theme of this meeting, but also the pathways to scale and to sustainability, so that indeed every child in Kenya gets his or her best start to life. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
So Maniza, we appreciate your drawing attention to the immense work that UNICEF is doing in collaboration with the governments at the national and subnational levels. And we thank you for drawing attention to the fact that early childhood lasts a lifetime. So we need to be very deliberate in the manner in which we approach the early years and the investments that we need to call. Thank you for the call to action for the county governments, especially so, to ensure that they create the right environment and also put money where it matters, and that's in the early years. Thank you for your support. We know you and your background in early childhood. We recognize your support over the years, and we know that in UNICEF, we have an ally as an ECD network. Thank you. We appreciate you. Asante sana, makofi kwake. At this moment in time, I know we have sat, but we still are going to sit for just a few more minutes to close this initial session. And I want to invite my brother Oscar, even as I recognize, you see these people who keep changing. These are postgraduate students at this university doing sign language. We need to clap for them. They keep doing this, and I'm just appreciating the fact that they are so organized and synchronized in this approach. As they do this, I also want to say, Wangoi, where are you? Asante sana. You've done well, and we now know we can come to your door. You know, the importance of bringing your country rep is that we can come now confidently and say, yeah, they said. So we are with you. So she's one of the postgraduates. I want to thank you, and thank you also the two colleagues there for what you're doing in terms of making the sign language interpretation possible. I want to invite Oscar. He'll begin by inviting the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which will actually be leading us into what Maniza was talking about, scaling up, pathways to scale. What is going to happen in the Lake Region Economic Bloc? And the CEO is represented here today by one of our chief officers there, and that's Esther Okello. Esther, please come as I allow my colleague to take charge for the remainder of this session as I take a cup of, is there a cup of something? No, some water. This one is sanitized.
Thank you so much, Oscar. By the way, we are both Oscar. We have different spelling in our names, so we are emceeing today. My brother Oscar. My name is Oscar Wambia. I'm the Acting County Director of Education in the County Government of Siaya. We want to welcome all of us to this virtual and physical conference, and we're sure that so far, so good. We will be breaking shortly so that we stretch our legs, and so it won't be long before we do that. So at this point in time, like Oscar's mentioned, without further ado, let me welcome our sister Esther, who will be making a few remarks on behalf of the CEO of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, bringing together 14 counties within Western Kenya and part of Rift Valley. Thank you so much. Karibu Esther. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for giving me this opportunity. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. So, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor for Siaya County, Her Excellency for Siaya County Government, and other excellencies present here today, the Vice Chancellor Jost, all the CECs present here today, our development partners representatives,
and all the representatives from both the national and the county government of education. Dr. Teresia Moma, who is the coordinator, ECD, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to just, as a rejoinder, to welcome everybody else aboard the Lake Region Economic Bloc, Siaya County being one of our member counties, and also to the Living University of Nurturing Care for Early Childhood, which is one of the member counties. As Oscar has mentioned, the Lake Region Economic Bloc is constituted by 14 counties, which are affiliated to the Lake Region. We have our former Nyanza County, Nyanza Province counties, that is Nyamira, Kisii, Homa Bay, Migori, Siaya, and Kisumu. We have all our Western Province, the former Western Province counties, Busia, Kakamega, Vihiga, and Bungoma. And in the Rift Valley section, we have Bomet, we have Nandi, we have Trans Nzoia, and we have Kericho. Our secretariat is hosted by Kisumu County under the leadership of His Excellency Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. The chair for the Lake Region Economic Bloc is His Excellency Governor Oparanya from Kakamega counties. Allow me to say, Your Excellency, that operations at LREB are done through the summit. We also have the LREB Council, which is constituted of all our CEC Finance and the county secretaries. And then we have the Assembly Forum, which allows us to get into the assembly forums of all the counties. And then we have our pillar committees, which are headed by the CECs of various counties. We have about 10 pillars, education being one of them. I am the head of the education pillar, but today representing the CEO of the block, the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And allow me to also say that the main mandate of the Lake Region Economic Bloc is to coordinate all the activities within the Lake Region Economic Bloc and to leverage on economies of scale. And in so doing, we support policy development and establishment. And this is done in alignment with, of course, the national policies of the various sectors of development, and also try to identify the best practices. Point in focus here today is the nurturing care for early childhood development, which has been identified as one of the best practice piloted in Siaya County. And so we intend to scale it up to the Lake Region Economic Bloc, the other 13 counties. This process has been endorsed in a forum, in a summit that was chaired by our Governor Oparanya, so that we have their blessing to actually do the scale up. And so in that forum, a little bit of sensitization was also done to all the governors on early childhood development and why we need to focus on this. Allow me to also say that as we focus on this, we actually intend to enhance sensitization of this process to all the member counties and to use all the forums that we have, especially the county assembly forums, because that is where we can have the buy-in for the budget and also for this policy to be enacted into law in the various counties. And I'm also glad to also point out yet another opportunity for early childhood development. And I was glad when Professor Agong actually said that we have created a collaborative framework for engagement in early childhood development. And I think it is in this hall where we had our very own Governor Rasanga, Governor Chepkwony, and Governor Nyong'o endorse the fact that we need to have a collaborative framework with the academia. This is so because it is realized that research is actually the backbone of development, and without research, we cannot make decisions. So we cannot plan without research. So this university, we were glad that the doors were opened by Professor Agong, and we had already had an engagement together with Professor Bosire, and also are in charge with in charge of the ECD department on how we can collaborate to identify, especially so much research that has been done in this university, because it has been a center of excellence in that area, and to see how these items can be scaled up for dissemination in the various counties, and also to spur the economic development. So indeed, we are very passionate about driving the demand-driven research, which we eventually intend to scale up so that we can have our much desired economic development spurred within the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Allow me to also say that it's not only ECD that was initiated. We also had an opportunity to engage with all the other 16 universities within the region, and also identify research areas based on the capacities of these universities to domicile these research areas. And so we identified 17 of them. Allow me also to appreciate Siaya County that has been so passionate about that, especially the Department of Education, who has been supporting that process to this day. So, Professor Bosire, we are very glad that, like the Moses in the Bible, you allowed us to walk through the waters of research in your university, and we do hope that this will help us in enhancing the policy development issues and to come up with even stronger policies that would support this process. So the basic components of the nurturing care framework is something that has already been unpackaged, especially to our council. And I'm glad that the Secretariat has also been trained on the same, so that our point in focus will still be to disseminate the same to the rest of our regions. And here I'm glad again that I've seen so many faces that we coordinate with, especially in the ECD sectors, my friends from Bomet, Busia, and other counties. We are glad that you're here today, and that will make our work even easier as we come to a specific county to strengthen this agenda. So in the interest of time, allow me not to take so much time, but I do believe that by the end of this conference, we shall have a stronger voice to scale up the nurturing care for early childhood development in the Lake Region Economic Bloc. We shall have a stronger voice to have a say in the policy development issues, and also to use our county assembly forums to sway the decisions in terms of budget making to support these programs. So in time, I do believe that the slogan Yati and Mwandu should be translated in all the languages that we have in our Lake Region Economic Bloc, so that it is easier to understand. And also, I hope by the end of the day, we shall be creating a Twitter storm like Oscar has told us, so that this process really trends. And as we go to the breakout sessions, the one thing that for me was very key, and in the advent of COVID-19, was the aspect of teen motherhood. And if I'm to quote from our First Lady of Siaya County, that at some point in time, we had worries about the teenage mothers who are dropping out of schools. But nobody was actually talking about the babies that were coming forth. So indeed, as we break out, I'll be very keen on knowing what shall happen to these babies that will be born or that are being born by these teenage mothers as we take care of them. Thank you for listening. I appreciate.
Thank you so much. Let's give a hand up. Thank you. Thank you, Easter, for those comments, and thank you for the support that the Lake Region Economic Bloc Secretariat is giving to the ECD program. Like Oscar mentioned earlier, it is during this conference that we will be promoting ECD related information. And so if you are on Facebook, if you are on Twitter, if you are on YouTube, kindly just take a photo wherever you are, even during the breaks, and post on Facebook just to show that you are attending this ECD conference. And the hashtag which is trending is hashtag 4th ECD Conference Siaya. 4th ECD Conference Siaya. Thank you so much for doing that on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, even on Instagram. Thank you so much. So without further ado, I know Esther has asked that we should translate Nyathian Mwandu Miyemi Semute Gnochon in all the 14 counties. We are happy that the first ladies are here. Maybe during their brief comments, they'll we'll begin that translation, what Bungoma says, what Vihiga says, and so much. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and with your permission, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and Her Excellency, the First Lady, allow me to now welcome the County Secretary of Siaya County to lead us to the next stage of the program. Makofi kwa CS, Mr. Joseph Ogutu. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Her Excellencies, the First Ladies are present, led by the First Lady for Siaya County, the Vice Chancellor of JOST, the CECs, and all other distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm also happy to be part of this congregation today to discuss matters of child development. And I want to say that this is an opportunity that we must take advantage of to improve the environment for growth for our children. And I want to say that for some of us, the conference has come at a very timely opportunity, because we just graduated a few days ago from a serious workshop conducted by officials from Aga Khan University, learning on the science of early child development. And this is something that was an eye-opener to a number of us, about 20 or so of us from different counties in the region. I want to only highlight two things which, according to me, were very critical during the workshop to share with this audience here. One is that the development of the brain of a human being is faster and important during the first 3 years. So what that means is that if you lose out those 3 years to provide your child with the right environment for the brain to develop fully, then you are likely to spend a lot more money later on doing these things you call, what do you call them? These holiday classes, tuition, coaching, and so on, because something somewhere did not happen right. If that time is well spent, then the child gets a good foundation and they are able to grow and develop to better persons for the future. The second take home lesson I got from that workshop is that even the unborn babies communicate. You get the point? The children which are still in the womb, they listen to the things we do, and so when you insult their mothers, they also listen. And one day when they come out, they can be looking at you and wondering why you are using such bad words. Even if they don't respond, so what the point is, we should be able to provide the correct environment, atmosphere for expectant mothers. An environment that will not only ensure safety for the mothers, but also for the children whom they are carrying. And that therefore means that the fathers who do not carry the child, you have a big role to play during pregnancy. But I'm sure before the end of the conference, the experts will say more about this. It's a big concern, and the nurturing care program, dubbed Smart Siaya, is a program that has articulated some of these issues, some of these concerns, and we want to share this out with everybody else, with all the stakeholders, so that together we can get the gospel reach the highest numbers for maximum results. Having said that, I want to reaffirm that Siaya County is leading this program of nurturing care, and we are keen as a county to work with other counties and scale up this program to other regions so that the desired results and benefits can be realized beyond the borders of Siaya County. This is a journey which has started, and it is being led by His Excellency the Governor and Her Excellency the First Lady, being the patron of the program in Siaya, and they are passionate about it. The county government of Siaya is spending money on this program together with other partners. We have gone ahead to bring up this in our policy environment so that the program is considered to be mainstreamed in government activities. And so we are already, the ball is already rolling, and we want to keep the momentum. Now, I will take this opportunity with those few remarks to invite some of the members of the County Executive Committee for Siaya County to make short remarks before we invite the next speaker, who will be Her Excellency the First Lady of Siaya County. And I want to give the first opportunity to the County Attorney, followed by CEC Health. If the County Attorney has no remarks, we will go to CEC Health and then CEC Education in that order. Welcome, Waziri.
Your Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, who is our chief guest today, Your Excellency's First Ladies, led by Your Excellency the First Lady Siaya County, Professor Agong, the VC Jost, who is our host, together with the Jost fraternity, my colleagues CECs from Siaya, Dr. Teresa, the coordinator of ECD Network, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Dismas Wakla. I'm the CEC in charge of Health and Sanitation, County Government of Siaya. I will make very few remarks because that is what the framers of this program intended. I looked where I'm supposed to make remarks and it was brief remarks. I want to trust I will be very brief. Just to align myself with what my brother, the county secretary of Siaya, has said. I am one of the graduates from Aga Khan University. We just finished a very insightful workshop in Mombasa yesterday on ECD, and it was extremely informative. We have been, as Siaya, we have been having the bragging rights, so to speak, of being the learning university on matters nurturing care for early childhood development. But when I sat in that classroom, I realized that there's so much to be learned, and therefore we must continue learning. So on that score, I want to thank the organizers of this great conference who has put this together so that we could congregate here and continue learning. Thank you so much, Dr. Trezor, and everybody else, our partners, UNICEF, and everybody else who have had their hand in this. Early childhood education is a very important thing. In Siaya, we have made a step backwards so that we don't start with education. We start with birth. We start with nurturing care. Because before you talk about the education, there must have been something which happened. A child, the baby must have been conceived, must have been carried or tended in the womb for some months and brought forth to this world. And that is where Siaya County began through its program Smart Start Siaya. So our nurturing care program looks at year 0 up to the 8th year. And therefore, as you come and we share in Siaya, let us know that in Siaya, the scope of our ECD or nurturing care and ECD is a bit broader. Of course, the 5 components of early childhood, which we are now, most of us are familiar with, are very, very critical. Good health, and that is why I believe I've been given this opportunity to make my few remarks, because I superintend over health matters in Siaya. Adequate nutrition, responsive caregiving, opportunities for early learning, and of course safety and security of our children are all important. And for us to attain or realize these very critical components of a holistic development of a child, from where I sit or stand, I look at 2 broad things that are critical. We must have a sound framework for doing so. And I want to assure you that Siaya has a sound framework for doing so, because through the wisdom of His Excellency, the Governor Cornel Rasonga, he saw this early enough, and therefore he trained his eyes on matters nurturing care and ECD earlier. And you know, leaders are forever wise. That's why they're leaders. And therefore, in that framework, a number of things become critical. We must have structures and systems, meaning we must institutionalize the program. In Siaya, we have institutionalized the nurturing care program, and I am happy to report to us gathered here this afternoon that on the 10th day of May, the year 2021, the cabinet of the county government of Siaya, the county executive committee, chaired by none other than His Excellency the Governor, passed a resolution of the county government of Siaya that nurturing care for early childhood becomes a program of the government. That is a very important thing. You know, you can have a very good initiative, and you can do so much about an initiative. But if you are not careful, it just remains an initiative. Meaning, it survives and thrives, to use the nurturing care clarion, it is surviving and thriving. It may survive and thrive only to the extent that the person who crafted that vision lives or operates in that space. Once he or she leaves the space, then the noble or great idea dies. And it is because of that, that in his wisdom, His Excellency the Governor ensured that we make this a government program. That then means that a number of things. Number one, that the program can now be funded using county government resources without attracting audit queries, because it is now one of the programs of the county government. Number two, it also means that, and this we are now beginning to do, that we can legislate around nurturing care to ensure that all these things that we are doing are secured by law. And as I've mentioned, that is our next move. We are trying to look at, interrogate our laws to see whether the existing laws that the county government has passed since it came into being are adequately addressing matters nurturing care and early childhood. The other thing that becomes important is that when you have it as a program, then now you have the leverage to come up with clear policies and even infrastructure to support the program. We have policies, but I'm happy to learn that quite a number of policies have been done through the Ministry of Education, although I note that they are addressing more of the second part, the ECD, and may not be addressing the NCF, nurturing care for early, before you reach early. So in Siaya, we will be more than glad to look at what is happening in the space outside, but most importantly, we would want to come up with what I may call autochthonous policies that are tailor-made to address the kind of program that His Excellency the Governor has crafted. So in that sound framework, a number of other things become important. There must be robust infrastructure to support nurturing care activities, because nurturing care and early education, childhood education activities. I know in that area, many counties are on course, because as one speaker said earlier, early childhood under the Constitution of Kenya 10 is the preserve of county governments. And therefore, I know a lot is happening in our ECDs. So we have infrastructures, but now I am urging in this conference that we all consider expanding that scope, so that as we look at the education bit, we also look at the other key components that go with the holistic approach to nurturing care for early childhood education. The other thing that I would wish to mention is that these programs or initiatives, as of necessity, require a lot of collaboration, they require a lot of integration, they require a lot of multi-sectoral approach. And that is what we have done in Siaya, probably which has made us really be on course. So the life of a child brings in almost everybody, because there is relevance. Everybody has a space. I recall when I was prosecuting the cabinet paper that brought in, that converted our initiative into a county government program, I was thinking that some of our 10 departments had no relevance. And I used to very quickly single out finance. And I was saying, but what does finance have? Only to be told that all these things you want to do will require funding in one way or the other. So we need everybody on board. National government has a big role because we are talking matters safety and security of our children. We are talking policies, you know, under the Constitution. Policies originally, ideally is the domain of the national government. So even policies that we make at county level are required to be in tandem with what the national government is saying. So I just wanted to stress that as we engage in this workshop, let us open our minds, let us know that ECD requires sound framework, and we look at every issues that we are going to discuss in a very, very broad perspective. Of course, the outcome of all this is that we desire that our children, our young children, not only survive, but thrive. We also desire that they realize their full potentials. So once, as we do these things, we must not lose focus on that overall goal. So, as I said, I was asked to make very brief remarks. I don't want to add on some of the issues, the lessons I learned, which my brother, County Secretary, has said. I intended to talk about them. The development of a child from the womb, we learned a lot, but I think we will engage in other informal or breakaway sessions where we can share on a number of all those other things. So as the Department of Health, where I superintend, we've taken a number of steps to upscale matters early childhood education. We have a robust pediatric services, and in a number, about 90% of our facilities, we've installed play stations for children, just to make health services attractive to the child. You know, a child will always play even if they are sick, as long as the pain subsides. If you see a child who is just sleeping, then you know you are not in a very safe place. So we have made even our health facilities to be conducive to offer services which are conducive to the children. And of course, finally, you cannot achieve this without advancing universal health care, which we have done in a number of ways. In terms of access to health facilities, Siaya County boasts of operating within the World Health Organization requirement of under 5 kilometers access. And that is a great achievement, of course, courtesy through the leadership of His Excellency the Governor. Health services are generally affordable because we do not charge services in levels 2 and 3. Those are free services. And most importantly, we have a robust network of community health workers who connect us with the community at primary level so that that part of critical service is also attained. With those few or many remarks, please let me also take this opportunity to welcome you to Siaya on my own behalf, but particularly because of the challenging times in which we are operating. Madam Teresa, you will recall that we were meant to have this conference, I think in May. Was it May, June? July. We had to cancel it because of the COVID situation then. Of course, even last year, that was the main reason. So I want to welcome you to Siaya, and I want to say Siaya is relatively safe in terms of COVID as we hold this conference, but that is not to say that we should lower our guards. Kindly let us all observe the requisite COVID-19 protocols that the Ministry of Health has handed down to us. Thank you so much, and God bless us. May we have a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Waziri, for Health, for the many remarks. They were not few. And let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. I now invite the CEC for Education to make her short remarks.
Education will only make one remark because it's supposed to be short. Maybe just one thing to add on to what Waziri Health was talking about the child. As we were being taught, we learned that the child's brain by age 5 is at 92%, which to me was very important. The ages that we are dealing with in ECD is ages 4 to 5. So if by 5 years, a child who has gone through the nurturing care framework, the brain is at 82% development, that is a perfect child to me. But that doesn't mean that if your child is 0 to 3 and has not yet gone through the nurturing care framework, that that child is half-baked. No, there is no half-baked child. Let the child be taught by the caregivers, and today's theme is so important. Let the child be taught by the the caregivers, which is you and I, and that transitioning from 3 years to 4 years, by the time the education team is picking it up at 4 years, we nurture this child and ensure that a child who is being transitioned into primary 1, grade 1, is a child whose brain development goes the notch higher, and that's my dream for this meeting. Let's hope it gets there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Waziri. Let's give a better applause. Asante sana. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Siaya County, I would like to request to be allowed to breach protocol and order a little bit. We have one of our facilitators who was supposed to present on Wednesday, but due to other exigencies of work, she has requested to be allowed to make her presentation today because she will be engaged elsewhere on Wednesday. And this is Madam Florence Omundi, who is the Deputy Commissioner General, Kenya Prison Service. I would like to request for permission to allow her to present so that we don't lose out on this important presentation, which is about caregiving for children accompanying imprisoned women. It is an important presentation. So with your permission, sir, we can accord the presenter a few minutes before we invite Her Excellency the First Lady. Thank you. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Madam Florence to make her presentation. Karibu.
Thank you very much, our moderator for today, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Siaya County, Dr. Kumbe, the CEO, ECD, and our distinguished First Ladies. All protocols observed. God is good, and all the time. Thank you very much. Everybody seems to be very tired. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm just going to make very few remarks, not a presentation. I will be accorded an opportunity to do the presentation tomorrow. It is important that the voice of the child that is serving a sentence innocently is also added in this space. We are here not because of imprisonment, not because of crime, but because of a child. Since morning, we've had wonderful speeches, all touching on a child. But the unique child that nobody seems to remember is a child serving a sentence, even in the mother's womb. And this is the child that I'm here to represent. the Kenya Prison Service, in collaboration with ECDN and the Africa Early Child Network, early this year had a workshop. And the workshop led to a collaboration. And it is this collaboration that brings us here today. I've said I'm not going to make a speech or even a presentation. I'm just going to say why we are here. And we had a 2-day workshop. And in this workshop, we were looking at who is this child that is serving a sentence without a warrant. Because for you to be in prison, you must be there legally. And to be there legally, you must have committed a crime. But there's this child embedded on the back of the mother. There's this child that is not seen even as the mother goes through the criminal justice system. And we spoke about this child, and the experts made us realize that there is a gap. And this gap leads to challenges. And therefore, during those two-day workshop, we were able to develop strategies and identify solutions and opportunities for collaboration to help improve service provision in female penal institutions in the country. We have 43 penal female institutions in the country with a total of 250 children as at today. We actually having 248 as at now. I hope no other one has been born. And these children are spread in our different facilities in the country. And the workshop was to uphold the right, looking at upholding the right of every child to survival, protection, and security in accordance with the Constitution of Kenya, the international, regional, and national instruments that govern the welfare and rights of the child. And we came up with objectives which have been highlighted here already as the objectives of this workshop. And therefore, as we look at the objectives of the workshop, we are also addressing the objectives that brought me here to represent the child that is serving a sentence without a warrant. So that workshop was looking at sharing findings of studies which had been conducted by the Africa Early Child Network and other agencies in prisons. We were to share experiences of child care across the 43 penal institutions. And number 3, we were to identify persistent challenges and innovative child care practices adopted over time in our women prisons, and then define a workable solution and a work plan to address the issues. And I'm happy to say that out of this, we came up with one that is very critical, which we were also spoken to here, and this is coming up with a child care policy addressing child care in our penal institutions in Kenya. And we have our lead team, Afghan. We have Dr. Mwoma leading also that team, and they're helping us come up with that policy. And in the next few weeks, I know that we shall be having the zero draft of that policy. Thank you very much. The policy will help us address those gaps and have childcare anchored onto the other government programs. And then it will attract funding. It will rightfully place the child where the child needs to be. And I want to appeal that all of us here should think in terms of where do we place a child who is born in prison because the mother found themselves in an offense when they were expecting. What do you want to say when a child is born in a prison, brought up in a confined area? What happens within those 1,000 days? Let us ponder these questions and come up with solutions that will help us deal with our children who are serving sentences when they are innocent. Thank you, First Ladies. I know that you are with me in this. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Thank you, Your Excellency, for hosting us here. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Florence, for the wonderful remarks. Indeed, some of us, we have never paused to think about what happens to those children when they go there with the mothers when young or when they are born there. And we all know the conditions in the prisons. It is indeed something to think about as a country, as a family, so that the environment or the policy framework is improved. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Her Excellency the First Lady of Siaya County to come and make her remarks, and also to use the opportunity to formally welcome her colleague excellencies from other counties. Karibu, Her Excellency. Why don't you welcome her with a round of applause? Asanteni sana.
Good afternoon to our chief guest, our Deputy Governor, Dr. Okumbe, to the VC of JUST, to Professor Teresa Moma, the organizer, and also English. I just know how to say it in Dolu, but I'll whisper. So welcome, Her Excellency, the First Lady for
Our next, Excellency Caroline Wangamati from Bungoma County.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, allow me to speak without the mask. I'm fully vaccinated. When you're short, you must speak for yourself. So if I wear the mask, you might not see me. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Siaya County, the Excellency, First Lady, our champion in ECD matters, the County First Ladies Association, my fellow First Ladies present, and all the people that are in this room, the partners and the county governments represented. Good afternoon once again. Receive greetings from Bungoma County. His Excellency allowed me to come. We are Luya women, so your husband must allow you to come. So he allowed me to come, receive his greetings. And I just want to be very brief because we understand we are all a bit tired. I'm one of those people that's very privileged because matters ECD are sung in my family. One of the board members happens to be my young sister. I don't know whether she's present in the room. So she always talks to us about ECD. Joyce Wasonga, kindly stand. As you can see, the size is a family gene. It's not that we are not fed well. So don't worry and think His Excellency does not give me chicken. Thank you so much, Joyce. Joyce has done a great job in teaching me a lot about ECD. I think before I met her, I focused more on saving the child. I'm a big champion on maternal health. But then she posed a question to me. So once you save the mother and you save the child, the baby, don't you care what happens to that child? And that's the time I appreciated that you cannot just champion for the child to be born safely. You must also champion for the child to be nurtured in the best way possible. I also happen to have the privilege of being a mother to 3 children. And some of the things we are talking about here are things that I have a personal experience, whereby I have children who are born premature. I have a child that had delayed needs, like cognitive needs and speech needs. And I do appreciate what we are speaking about in this room today. And I think Her Excellency Rosella has set a pace for us. And I look forward to having all these partners that are in this room today that come to Bungoma County. As you can see, we are not badly represented because when I stand here, you basically have His Excellency and you have the county government of Bungoma. We are one of the most populous counties in this country, and our indicators are not the most favorable. Wangui knows UNICEF that I've gone to her and spoken to her about the indicators for Bungoma County. We have very high maternal deaths, we have very high neonatal deaths, and because of issues of asphyxia, when babies are being born, we have very poor outcomes in some of our children. Don't forget the burden that we have with issues like malaria and sickle cell disease. It makes us a county that has a story that is not so positive on young children. But I'm sure with people like yourselves in this room, we can change that narrative. So mine is just to say, first, a big thank you for coming here to deepen my knowledge. Obviously, Joyce tried to cover much ground, but she didn't do enough. I think I'm learning more today. But secondly, to make an invite on behalf of His Excellency, that when you're considering scaling up from Siaya, consider Bungoma County. I'm the first one who has asked. So if I find that you have skipped to Her Excellency Dorothy because she's Mama Lupita, I will be very upset with all of you. Thank you very much. It is a great privilege, and God bless you all as we continue sitting together and learning.
Our next champion is Mama Kisumu, Her Excellency Dorothy Nyong'o. Karibu.
Excellency Deputy Governor, Excellency Rosella Rasanga, First Lady,
Siaya County. This is my county. You're my first lady. My fellow first ladies, thank you so much just for hosting this conference here today. And as has been said before, we are here to learn, and we are already learning quite a lot. I bring you greetings from Governor Nyong'o. And I'm here really to learn because I have a vested interest in ECD. I'm seeing this conference through the eyes of my 4-year-old granddaughter. So I'm here to learn as much as I can, to pass it on to her mother, but also to implement whatever I learn. And that way, to eventually replicate to the rest of the county. You know, you can only pass on what you internalize. So I'm really here to internalize everything there is to internalize on ECD. Thank you so much again for inviting me, and I wish you all great deliberations. God bless.
Our next champion, Her Excellency Celine Barchok, from all the way from Met. Karibu sana.
God is good, and all the time. Bwana asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, First Lady Siaya County, and my fellow First Ladies from the neighboring counties, and all protocol observed. I want to thank God because of this day. Grateful because I was invited. We thank Siaya County inviting us to this noble program regarding the child. We are all here to represent the child. And I'm requesting each and every one of us to represent a child well. Most of us, those who have gone past rearing the young children, maybe we are saying we missed some of the things. But for the young mothers, young fathers, and even the teachers, and all those who are in that departments that are looking after the children, I request you that when we are in those departments that we are in, I request that we represent the child well. I was seeing the children, those who are born by the teenagers, and also the children, those who are in their tender age. For the government, maybe the national government and even the county government, I think because we want these children to develop well, we request if there is a way that we can introduce feeding programs in our schools, in our ECD centers, so that those children who are coming from poor family may get the proper diet in our schools for their development. So that is my request and that is my prayer. So I wish you all well and receive greetings from Bomet. May God bless you all. I'm Celine Barchok. Thank you.
That's our bishop in the association. Simesikia hata salamu. Not last but not least, my neighbor, Her Excellency Judy Ajamong, First Lady, Busia County.
Our chief guest, Excellency Governor, our host this afternoon, allow me to stand before the protocol that has already been established before me. My fellow ladies, good afternoon. My name is Judy Onamu Ojamong. I'm the First Lady of Busia County, and I'm privileged to stand here this afternoon and appreciate each and every one of you, and more so to appreciate our sister, Rosella Rosanga, for what she's doing. She started this journey way before, and I remember her inviting us. The first meeting we had was in Mombasa, and it was organized by Path, if I'm not wrong. And today again we are here. So all partners who have made this day possible, kindly accept our appreciation. We honor you, we admire you, and we appreciate you. It's a joy of every mother to give birth to a healthy child. And especially when at the age of conception, the baby we are still carrying in our wombs, you know. I've had one of the partners talk about how we didn't have to talk to our kids when they are still in our wombs. You know, that time we are communicating to them, we give them that love. The moment we give birth to them, we still need to nurture them, because long time ago, probably even it's still happening, you'll find girls, mothers giving birth to kids, and they leave the kids, and they go and do their own stuff. Maybe they go to work, they go to shamba, forgetting that this child really need that bonding at that particular time. And so, us being here this afternoon, it's a great honor, because we as champions, we want to go down where we are coming from, different counties, and we want to escalate this message right to the village. Where people are in the village, we want to talk to them, we want to tell them the importance of nurturing these kids. And therefore, Rosella, we want to thank you, we want to appreciate you, because you gave us this light and we are going to carry it up to the next level. LREB, we want to appreciate you. You've also incorporated other counties, and we want to make sure, we want to promise you that we are going to walk this journey together and to make sure that our kids are safe. And the First Lady said, we have to translate what Nyathi and Mwando means in our language. I happen to come from Maragoli land, and it's so interesting that I'm not able to translate that in my mother tongue, but I find it so easy to translate it in Luo. I just don't know how it happened. And when I was seated there, I just had to call Ojamong, and by the way, receive greetings from Ojamong kindly. I had to call him, and I told him, you just have to tell me how I can translate this in Teso. It's a bit difficult, but I'll say in Luo, and then also I'll say in Teso. In Luo, it's Nyathi and Mwando, miemisi mokongo chon. Nyathi and Mwando, miemisi mokongo chon. And in Kiteso, it's Jesus Christ. In Kiteso, it's right. Ekoku, Abara, Konak, Akidara, na Ejokna, Mapema. So, that's all I can say, and I really want to say thank you very much. May God bless you, and let us move together towards this worthy cause. As I've said earlier, my name is Judy Onamu Ojamong, Asere, #Mama Education. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, I won't take much of your time. Today I was a bit cornered. I was given a speech. Usually I write a speech and I leave it. I forget it or I leave it. Sometimes I don't even read it. But today I'm going to read a speech and I'm going to take the shortest time possible. I want to thank my sisters for the great support you have given me all along through this journey. It has not been, I do not take it for granted for you to come all the way and leave everything else to be with me here. I remember when we did our successful launch in February 2020, I got overwhelming support from all of you, and still we are getting that support, and I know that in this journey for our children as nurturers in your county, you represent quite a big number. And what we are doing right now, we are just creating an environment for partners and even for government officers who are here to be able to take this agenda forward for our children. So thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for each and every one of you. You had been welcome to Siaya. I still welcome you also to Siaya. Feel free. This is a county of standards. It's a great county, a county of intellectuals, so to speak. And I know that at the end of this conference, we are going to come up with so many things that will help our people. So as a patron of Smart Start Siaya, it gives me a pleasure to witness our county host the 4th National Conference on Early Childhood Development. The fact that we are hosting this conference in Siaya County is a vote of confidence in our efforts on child equity through promoting early childhood development related program within Kenya and regionally. Indeed, through the various nurturing care for early childhood development projects implemented by the county government of Siaya and its partners, we have moved the needle in making early years of a child's life a key social development agenda. We have also continued to deliver on the critical role of ensuring every child's right to not only survive, but also to thrive and to transform the society. As we gather here today, allow me to pay tribute to our governor, His Excellency Cornel Rasanga Moth, for graciously agreeing in 2018 to participate in the leading and scaling up of ECD Initiatives Executive Education course at the globally acclaimed University of Harvard University in Boston, USA. His experience and that of the 5 other officers from the county and even our partners at the Harvard was a game changer in the way Siaya County implements its ECD programs. Upon His Excellency and the team's return to the country, the government led the Smart Start Siaya project. The government-led Smart Start Siaya project was conceptualized. You may ask, why Smart Start? This is because the governor and the county government of Siaya recognized that the early years of the child are critical in influencing a range of health and social outcomes across a child's life. Based in scientific research, we were able to understand that many challenges in adult society, for example, mental health problems, obesity, stunting, heart disease, criminality, competence in literacy and numeracy, have their roots in early childhood. The Smart Start Siaya model has been implemented since March 2018 and is guided by 5 strategic actions. Government leadership and investment, even as you saw our government officers actually in Siaya, you'll find all government officers speaking about Smart Start early childhood development. You saw for yourself here. Focus on families and their communities. We have done a lot of sensitization and public participation with communities so that we are able to create demand from the public to ask for services related to early childhood development. Strengthening of early child care services delivery. Monitoring, implementation and progress, and using data to innovatively design new ECD projects. Since its inception, the Smart Start Siaya project has achieved a lot, including global recognition as the first ever cross-sector effort that is focused on improving outcomes for all young children in a specific geographical area within Siaya. While in the past, implementation of ECD programs was haphazard, and under the Smart Start Siaya model, there is now an effective governance model led by the Smart Start Siaya Executive Committee, made up of CECs and the technical advisors. The executive is supported by the multi-sectoral team that includes departmental heads and implementing partners, which now coordinates implementation of nurturing care for ECD programs at county and sub-county levels. Smart Start partners co-authored, Smart Start Siaya partners co-authored with 6 county executive committee members. They co-authored a cabinet paper that led to the adoption of Nurturing Care Framework for Early Childhood Development as a standing county government development agenda. In order to create and sustain awareness on the significance of nurturing care for ECD, Smart Start Siaya has given birth to Nyathi and Mwandu, a social behavior change and communication campaign under the office of the First Lady. The Nyathi and Mwandu initiative has conducted community sensitizations in all the wards of Siaya County, thus increasing demand and uptake of nurturing care and ECD services. Additionally, Smart Start Siaya has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Lake Region Economic Bloc Secretariat for the adoption of the Smart Start Siaya initiative for scaling up of nurturing care for ECD in the 13 counties. Based on the Smart Start Siaya experience, nurturing care for ECD has been adopted as a strategic service under the Kenya Community Health Policy 2020 to 2030 and as a strategic objective in the County First Lady Strategic Plan 2020 and 2023. I am therefore confident that the presentations and activities that will be taking place during this conference will go a long way to ensuring that the achievements that we have recorded as a county are showcased and explored further. The conference also offers stakeholders in the ECD sector an opportunity to reflect on where we are and what else we must do to ensure that our children not just survive but also thrive. Specifically, allow me to appreciate the efforts of the ECD Network in Kenya for bringing together all relevant parties to participate in this important event. I would like to extend our appreciation to key partners and have ensured the success of ECD programming in Kenya, including the county government of Siaya, UNICEF, Hilton Foundation, PATH, KIMET, Child Fund, Catholic Relief Services, Aga Khan University, ADS, among others. Allow me also to sincerely appreciate the buy-in and support of His Excellency, the Governor of Siaya, the County Assembly, and all the staff of the county government throughout this implementation period. My sincere appreciation to all for accepting to participate in this important conference, both in person and virtually. I wish you all a very engaging experience during this conference. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Makofi to the First Lady.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. And now it is my honored pleasure to invite our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Okumbe, to give his remarks and to open this conference officially. Welcome.
Thank you very much. You can sit. Yes, thank you very much. To all Excellency First Ladies present here today, First Lady, Mama Rosella Rasanga, to the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs of JUST, CEC from Siaya County, the CS who is present here today, the County Attorney. We have all the Siaya County representation here today, UNICEF Kenya, Madam Aniza Zaman, the National Coordinator, ECD Network for Kenyan Executive Director, African Council for Distance Education, Dr. Teresa Mwoma. Then we also have the County Commission of Siaya, the Board of Directors, ECD Network for Kenya, all other political leaders who are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I read out the speech, let me take this opportunity to present greetings from my governor, who was to come together with me, but unfortunately got some engagement in the office. I want to take this opportunity to of Early Childhood Development Conference for choosing Siaya County to host this important function. I welcome all participants to the county and encourage you to enjoy our warm hospitality and sample the best of our culture while you are here. For those visiting Siaya for the first time, let me share with you few demographics of the county. Siaya County has a land surface area of 2,530 kilometers squared, with 6 sub-counties and 30 administrative wards. The county has a population of 993,165 according to the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics 2018. The county has about 250,698 households, of which 238,359 are women of reproductive age. The county has 192,669 children who are below 5 years. Of these, 90,000 are in 181 early childhood development education centers to provide education for this important segment of our population. It is not the county government of Siaya has constructed 348 of these ECDE centers. Investing in early childhood development is a priority of our since the advent of devolution in 2013. Initially, our investments in the sector focused on construction and renovation of health facilities to increase access to maternal and child health services. Related to the construction equipment of pre-primary centers and recruitment of We also scaled up the school feeding program and improved road networks, among other child-sensitive investment, increase access to early childhood learning among our children. Reviews from anecdotal data sources revealed in 2017 that despite investments to improve childhood development and reduce child mortality, there was still minimum. For this, out to Hilton Foundation for support to institute robust and holistic early childhood development initiatives for age 0 to age 8 years. In April 2018, the government was part of a team which went to Harvard University to learn about leading and scaling early childhood initiatives. Since then, there has been an increased momentum in Siaya County. Launched a scale-up of nurture care for early childhood development as flagship program which the county spearheaded by Her Excellency the First Lady, Mama Rosella Rasanga. We trained and sensitized care leaders across the county and sons of early childhood development, apart from establishing an all-inclusive government-led early childhood development multi-sectoral coordinating committee. Our government also approved a policy entrenching ECD programs in government activities. To ensure sustainability of our efforts, we have anchored nurturing care for early childhood development in Siaya County Health Act 2020 and are currently drafting a nurturing care for early childhood development policy document to include the school feeding program. Further, our government has built the capacity of frontline health care workers, community health volunteers, and preschool teachers on early childhood development. It is also notable that we have envisaged nurturing care for the next 5 years through nurturing care for ECD Strategic Plan 2020 to 2025. In addition to over 600 ECDE instructors and recruited for so far, we plan to recruit a further 200 to enhance our previous efforts. We are also enhancing equipping and provision of teaching and learning materials and indoor and outdoor play equipment in all our ECDs. We commit to continue prioritizing investments towards ensuring that all children in Siaya County not only survive but also thrive and realize their full potential. We welcome and appreciate the support of our partners in this regard. We commit that our government, through collaboration with supporting partners, will take lead in supporting other counties to scale up ECD in Kenya. Beginning with the Lake Region Economic Bloc, we will use any available opportunities, including the national platform of the Council of Governors, to ensure that the children in Kenya develop to their full potential. I will continue building on the gains and make so far to prioritize investment in ECD to ensure Siaya County regain its glory of being the source of academic heroes and become the model county. We will be a living university early childhood development initiatives. Government to key partners that have ensured the success of early childhood development, in particular UNICEF, Hilton Foundation, PATH, Kemet, Child Fund, Catholic Relief Services, and Aga Khan University, among others. Once more, this opportunity. Thank Early Network of the 4th National CD Conference for choosing to hold the conference in Siaya County despite the prevailing COVID-19 challenges. May I now take this opportunity to declare this conference official and also, thank you, and also legal. Thank you very much. No, be found. Thank you very much. I think most of the things have been said here. So for me, I just want to take this opportunity again to welcome you to Siaya County. And I want to reiterate what the DVC Academic Affairs mentioned while he was here. He said Siaya is a very peaceful county, so as we continue with conferencing, we have to be sure that the place is very safe, and also the CEC for Health has mentioned that even the COVID levels have really gone down. But that does not mean that we should not continue observing the COVID protocols that have been laid by both the national government and the county government. We know curfew has been lifted, and we are somewhere a little bit free to interact. But most of that, why we are saying it is very safe, we do not encourage stone throwers in this place, because if you try to throw any stone, the probability and the likelihood of hitting the head of a professor is 1. That is why we do not encourage stone throwers in this county. And moving forward, I also want to say that when we were growing up, I know here we are going to brainstorm. We've got high-powered scientists, researchers, academicians, and different stakeholders who are going to brainstorm here in this conference. And when you are going to brainstorm, also include the other informal ways of managing early childhood education, or early childhood development. I remember when I was young, growing up next to the lake here, we did not know about sons. You are young, but you are told to eat small fish, which is called carpenter. So we did not know that it was also scientifically proven. So we decided to eat a lot of omena, and we had no rickets. If you look at children who grew up next to the lake, you'll realize they have got no rickets, because with the omena, the small fish, you eat it together with the bone. So if we can also incorporate that together with the science, and we see how we can be able to encourage people with our food that we have available along the lake region here. Then now moving forward, we've been given a lot of tasks as county government. That what else can we do? We want to promise you that we will continue sensitizing our people the same way, actually the First Lady has said, that she had started this work before, being the pioneer, because she realized that there was a gap between 0 to 3. We were saying we are taking kids to school at the age of 4. But now what happens between 0 to 3, which is a very important age for early childhood development. So we are saying that we are going to sensitize our people to ensure that at least all of our children, they have to go to ECD. They must be able to go to the classroom. And also, we will spread the gospel together with her to ensure that this nurturing care, also get into all the households, so that everybody can be able to preach it and emulate it and be able to work with the model that is going to be developed in here. So for me, I also want to add that we will make people aware about the special schools that we have, so that our children who have special needs can also be able to get to those schools, so that they are not disadvantaged. The other time, we were trying to sensitize our people in the county, and we were telling them, the parents, that please do not be scared. Allow the students, whether they have special needs, to go to school, so that they can also interact freely. I remember what the CEC for Education also mentioned, that at the age, I didn't know about that, between 0 to 5, you are required to have completed almost the life cycle. You are supposed to be at 92. So it is very important that we continue this nurturing care, so that by the time we are in age 5, before you go to age 8, we are almost at 92, which I think can make a child to grow as a very perfect being. I don't want to go to the scientific mechanisms that have been mentioned here, because this is what we are going to use to brainstorm today, so that we can come up from different stakeholders. We come up with multi-stakeholder approach, so that when we come up with resolutions, looking at the gaps that we are going to identify in different sectors, then we can be able to see how we can implement them to improve on the early childhood development. Now, before I finish, I just wanted to let our visitors know something about Siaya County. Now that there is no curfew, as long as you obey COVID-19 protocols, we are not saying that we are going to have a 24-hour economy, but we've got some places to see. If you go just down here, up here, we've got Kangokajaramogi. It's not very far from here. And we've got a national museum there. So you can see all the portraits which we have there. You'll see all leaders globally. So that is one place. If you go down there, there's a place called Usenge. It's about 15 kilometers. Remember, we come from the lake region. Those who have not seen lakes, you can be able to see this lake here, Lake Victoria, which is the second largest lake in the world after Lake Superior. And you will see how River Yala now joins it. We go two rivers, we go Nzoia and Yala. And then if you want to see and to know, before you leave here on the 28th, where Mama Sarah Obama was laid, you'll be able to see their home. It is in Alego Usonga sub-county. Then we are also privileged to have Lake Kanyaboli. Lake Kanyaboli is the largest oxbow lake, I think, in Africa. It's not far from here. You can also go and visit if you have time. We also have Ndanu Falls. First Lady Kisumu County, Mama Lopita said she's from here. And I know very well that she comes from Game. And that is where we have Ndanu Falls. So for those of you who have time, you can be able to see a smaller version of Victoria Falls for those who have been to Zimbabwe. So there are many other places to be seen, but those are the few that I can be able to mention now. Otherwise, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you again. And feel free. Bondo and the Siaya County is a very, very peaceful place. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Makofi to the Deputy Governor. Your Excellency, I'll now request you to move to the center of the podium and request Her Excellency the First Lady to join you for Siaya County, to join you as we officially launch the ECD Network for Kenya Strategic Plan 2021-2022. So karibu sana, Your Excellency. 2021-2025, sorry. Sorry. Karibu sana, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you'll now move to the center and we'll have Dr. Teresia Woma hand over the strategic plan to you. Where our cameramen are ready for this wonderful moment when we officially... Becca, just help Excellency move to the center. Yes, yes, exactly. So the rest of us will join His Excellency and Her Excellency in applause and appreciating the work that our partners have done together in developing the ECD Network for Kenya Strategic Plan 2021-2025.
Hey.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Excellency. We now have the strategic plan officially launched. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will now request Your Excellency to get the meeting standing so that the First Lady is showing you. We have the partners. Sorry. Let's have the partners join His Excellency for a group session before the First Lady also gets to join, and then we will have the CEC join for a final photo. ECD board members, can we have ECD board members come for a joint photo with His Excellency and Her Excellency? ECD board members? ECD board members? Thank you. Cannot have to take the other side, yes, yes. Members of the board of the ECD Network. Wapigie makofi. Thank you so much. I will now excuse the ECD board members and welcome the partners. Excellency, I request that you remain standing and the partners join you for the next photo. Partners. Partners. Payment. UNICEF. Part. Some of us can move to the back. We can move to the other side. There's more space the other side. To the right of Her Excellency, the First Lady. We have many partners. That's wonderful. ECD itatambaa kama partners wako wengi. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much. Thank you for support. Thank you for the support. We will now ask the CECs before we welcome the First Ladies to take the panel for. Thank you so much, Excellency. For initiating over the launch of this program. The CECs from all the other counties, not just here, we have CECs from other counties. There is an opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CECs. Excellency, the CEO of LREB has just arrived, so if you don't mind, we can have him take a photo just before we welcome the First Lady. CEC of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. We have the university. The CEC CEO. That's the university council. That's the university, the deputy vice chancellor, and the university administration. Thank you so much for hosting us, Joe. Thank you so much. I'll welcome Victor Nyagaya, the CEO of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And then there are chief officers. Just before the First Lady is rounding up for us. The CEO should not be left behind. Chief officers present. Thank you so much. That is Victor Nyagaya, the CEO of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Thank you, Victor. Do we have any chief officer in the house? The chief officer in the Breakaway County. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining. One more chief officer is coming, Your Excellency. Chief officer of Breakaway County. Yep, the other end. Thank you so much. Now allow me to welcome all the First Ladies present in the house. Thank you so much for coming to Siaya. Thank you so much for joining Excellency Chancellor. Thank you to the champions of early childhood education. Thank you so much. Now, wapigia makofi First Lady. Thank you so much for making time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. I know we will have no problem at this point. Allow me to welcome please pray for our lunch and we can still have to review in the next 1 hour. Okay, Vicky. Go to. So, Your Excellency, with your permission, we want to break for lunch for the next 1 hour. And so we'll be back here at 3:30 exactly, so that we have the next sessions continuing. So the next session will likely break away so that we don't have to be sitting together in teams. So I request that we come back at exactly 3:30. Allow me to invite Dr. Bunja to give us a prayer for the lunch break. Thank you so much for being. Let's just listen from Oscar where we are getting our lunch.
Like I mentioned earlier on in the day, we would want to walk towards the edge of the campus where lunch will be served. So as we walk out straight along that path, I think we'll take a left turn at the end and then a right turn, and we'll find tents there. There's a place that has been set aside for us to have our meals. We are requesting that when we come back, we get into breakout sessions, but we will do this in a coordinated manner. Like I said, choose where you want to go so that we can have this run effectively. We are sorry about the time span that it has taken, but we would like to make sure that we run the breakout sessions for today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My duty now is very simple, to commit you to God and to commit our lunch to God. So let's pray. Let's believe and pray. Father, we thank you very much for this grace that you have given us. We thank you that you enabled this conference to take place in this university from today until Wednesday. We want to thank you so much that you enabled our guests to travel long distance to come to be with us. We want to appreciate you so much for the journey mercies that you gave them. We thank you also for the session that we have had. Lord Jesus, you tell us in the Holy Book that my people perish because of lack of knowledge. And Father, we are here to share knowledge so that we do not perish. We pray that for the time that we shall be here, you shall guide us, you shall guide our minds, you shall protect us, you shall help us, Lord, to share and to learn from one another. At this moment, Lord, we want to leave and to go for lunch. We want to commit the lunch into your hands and pray for your blessings upon it, Lord. Even some of us, Lord, those of our visitors who will be traveling back, we want to commit them into your able hands. Pray that you will protect them, give them safe journey as you gave them while they were coming. We honor you, we magnify you, we bless your name because you are God. For in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you so much.
This is my book. Watoto.
Everyone wants them to do better. Ufaulu mama wakwe kukwea. We want the next generation to weza. Tukizeeka tuwe na watu wa kutegemea. Everyone wants a child to do better.
Mama, baba, dana waya. Mama, baba, dana waya. Mama, baba, dana waya. Mama, baba, dana waya. Ajiduto, jiduto nyalo ponya dongo. Ajiduto, jiduto nyalo ponya dongo. Enigi mayoti, munyalo timo. Enigi mayoti, munyalo timo. Ajiduto, jiduto nyalo ponya dongo. Ajiduto, jiduto nyalo ponya dongo. Nyathi en mwandu.
The Nurturing Care for ECD program is actually, we are the implementer for the Eastern African region, from Zambia to Ethiopia, Tanzania to Mozambique. We are actually the ones who are implementing it. This program was actually, it was launched back in Harvard, where His Excellency the Governor himself went there, made a visit with a team from the county, and actually this baton of the nurturing care was handed over to him, and then he promised to come back to Siaya County and implement it for also all the neighboring counties. So we are actually the county modeling it for Siaya, and for Kenya as a whole, and for the whole of the Eastern African region. Initially, back in 2014, according to the Kenya Demographic Health Survey, it was found that there was high level of malnutrition. Issues like malnutrition, we call it stunting growth, low birth weight were very prominent because of probably issues to do with nutrition, poor visits to the health medical attention, and then poor, we call it responsive caregiving. It was not up to date. So when now the nurturing care program came with the 5 elements, that is good health care, good nutrition, security and safety, responsive caregiving, and opportunity for early learning. Now we are seeing that from the campaign that we have been doing, the parental engagement, the so many workshops, and then which we have been doing in a multi-sectoral nature, whereby we involve every sector from the devolved to non-devolved. We are moving together as a unit in ensuring that this program is implemented.
Siaya County has about 1,000 ECD centers. Now our ECD centers are vast across the county. We have both private ECD centers and we have public ECD centers. Of the 1,041 ECD centers, we have 684 ECD centers that are public. When we come to ECD, we don't look at the education itself, because at this point I am talking about early childhood development in terms of learning, which is the 4-year-old to the 6-year-old. However, when we look at ECD, we look at it as holistic as it can be. A child's development starts from conception to 8 years old. This is the place where the brain of the child develops, and the way the brain will develop will affect the way the child is going to grow up in the future. Now, your child should be looked at in those eyes, because your child is your future. How do you take care of your future? You protect it. So those are the strategies that have been laid out under Nyathi and Mwandu, so that this child will be brought up in a holistic kind of way.
Nyathi and Mwandu is the rallying call. It's in Doluo. That means a child is wealth. If you give that child a good foundation, that child is wealth. And so, being the patron of Smart Start Siaya, I've been a patron for 2 years, following realization and the introduction from the county executives who went to Harvard University for a program on early childhood development. And from Harvard University, when they came back, they realized that early childhood development is very critical in development. And if we invest more on early childhood, then the return on investment is very high. And so we realize that mostly, even us as parents, governments, we don't really take much interest when our children are young. And so we lose a lot, because that is the time a child develops very fast, the brain of the child develops very fast.
This project of SCORE ECD is looking at a child at 1,000 days. 1,000 days means from conception to 2 years. And we look at many things around this 1,000 days. We are looking at the health of the mother during pregnancy and after pregnancy, and then during the 2 years, how is the mother? Then we are also journeying with the child and assessing the milestones of the child. The milestone of the child, we are looking at so many things, health-wise, nutrition, education, the formation of the brain, how does a child react to the environment. Along that, we are also looking at the immunization of the child. How is the child's health going to be taken care of within the 2 years? The child has to go through all the immunization, and this helps the child to remain healthy.
Male partners, we really train them to say that a mother cannot raise a child alone. They have to be two. So there's that responsibility of a father in the house. So fathers, we see them coming to the clinic. They bring their wives to the clinic, their children to the clinic. Whether the mother is pregnant or not pregnant, they come with the mother in the clinic. So it's a habit that they have really developed, and they are coming frequently for that, and they feel it's just too good for them. If a father is not able to escort the mother to the clinic, a father will provide transport. And the father also is taking a responsibility of reminding the mother, your time has reached. Did you go to the clinic? And then when it comes to nutrition also will try telling them and also training them to provide. That is by initiating the kitchen garden around them.
Uzuri nilikuwa nafundishwa hizi vitu na naenda kuambia babake. At first alikuwa anaona ni ngumu. Sa demo niliendelea kumwambia ndiye akaanza kupractice. Na the difference is there. I've learned things that all things is not about money. How can I find a balance there? They introduce us to kitchen garden. So the kitchen garden unaeka sukuma wiki, spinach, even kunde, such things. So the little money you have, even if it is 50 shillings, you can go and buy your mena. Then you take sukuma from the shamba. Then you cook with ugali. So the child has a balanced diet. Kuna ugali, which is carbohydrates. Kuna sukuma, which is the vitamins. Na kuna omena, which is the protein.
I have learned that upbringing of a child should not be left to a woman alone. For you to have your children growing the right way on the positive direction, the child that gets everything that you need in life, you, the man and the wife, must work together. Now, as a man, what should I do? I should provide to the children. I should help my wife to perform the domestic chores like cleaning the child should not be left to the woman alone. I also play with my children when I'm around. Play is something very important in that we learn that when you play with the child tends to know you better. The child psychomotor system of it can grow. The child comes out when he or she is a very strong person. Intellectual development can also be realized when you play with your child. And during play, we don't need to go to the shop to buy the play materials. We make them with the local available materials. We improvise. We find that it is very expensive, and the money that we will use to buy some other things that we use in the house, we waste them in buying these items. Why don't we use the local available materials to make dolls like this? We have made so many of them, and while you are making, you find that the child also enjoys following what you are doing.
We have so many materials that you can see. We have hung others around. We have a play box, which we make rockery that we provide every morning. Once a child gets in, he is free to pick. We ask the mother to pick the toys and try to engage with CHVs again to play with them around. We train them that we are supposed also to make toys to our young ones at home, and this chart, there is some days we had so many charts that we were able even to give to the communities, household communities, that they can able also to monitor those ECD activities at the household. ECD activities which are being promoted by that organization, that is BATH, it has encouraged many mothers to come to our facility because they guide us what we are supposed to do. They have taken us to courses, some trainings, and their routine. They come to this facility routinely to check how ECD activities are being going on. These activities of ECD starts from the community. They have also trained our CHVs on ECD activities. They can also able to refer to us, the hospital, also in CH department, whereby we examine the child according to developmental milestone. Then we refer accordingly if the child has not achieved according to the age.
Sasa wakina mama huwa tunawatembelea, ni wewe mwenyewe ujipange. Kama mimi mwenyewe najipanga at least in a month, mama namtembelea mara 2 mara 3. Sasa vile ninaenda na book appointment, manake wajua kuna kazi wanafanya. Hiyo tarehe ambayo amekuja na prepare topic ambayo tunaenda kuongea naye. Tuko na 17 topics ambazo tunakava. Kuna introduction to child caregiving, kuna secure attachment, kuna child development, kuna the importance of play, appropriate play for children and caregivers, inclusive caregiving, making toys from local materials. Kuna under communication, kuna the importance of communication, play and responsive caregiving. Under health, kuna safe pregnancy and delivery, kuna basic newborn and young child health, kuna malaria awareness, HIV and AIDS awareness. Under nutrition, tunaongea about breastfeeding and complementary feeding, balanced diet. Under protection, tunaongea about safe home environment and wash. Alafu topic ya mwisho ni positive discipline.
Things like malnutrition has gone down, stunting has gone down, child mortality rate has gone down, the issues like mobility and the rest have gone down. Right now, a number of mothers are now delivering in health centers. Before this program came, actually a number of them were being catered for by their midwives, which was actually leading to a lot of child deaths.
Nikiwa pregnant, nilikuwa nafunzwa jinsi ya kuongea na mtoto. Unashika tumbo lako, unasikia penye akilalia huku, yani utasikia mtoto akicheza. Mtoto saa zile kwa tumbo anajua sauti ya baba au ya mama. Saa zile baba anaguza tumbo yako, anajua. Pia alikuwa na kiss tumbo yangu, na sasa pia mama anasikia vizuri, mtoto pia anasikia vizuri. Mtoto hakuwa na ugonjwa yote vile nilimzaa. Mtoto alikuwa active sana.
What we first did was to bring partners together, all partners who are working with children, and also departments that are relevant in children's growth and development, and that is health department, education department, agriculture department, and also in areas of lands and roads. And maybe you'll ask me why at some particular point in time, but we realize that a child really some of the planning and even the programs that we have, the way we plan our cities, these days most of the playgrounds were grabbed. We don't have spaces for children to play, even when we are planning buildings and areas, we don't think of children. Even in schools, when you have nursery schools, you find that a toilet for children is taken very far away, and a young child, when wants to go to the toilet, goes when he or she is very pressed at that particular point in time. How do we really take cognizance that when we are planning, because these are voiceless children, they cannot voice that we want this. Youth can say we want this, women, yes, and we concentrate more of our finances on women and youth, and we forget our children.
We are trying as a county to recruit more ECD teachers. We are trying as a county to capacity build the caregivers. That's also another challenge where we are in. Our partners are really helping us, especially on the part of capacity building for caregivers, in the line that early childhood is a transitional phase. 0 to 3 years, you find that most of the working parents have children who are 2 to 3 years, and they have to go back to work.
So they have to give these children to a caregiver. Caregiver is in the child care centers. Once you notice that a caregiver has been built their capacity, that means you're sure the vaccinations of the children has been done. That means you're sure the growth of the child has been measured. That means you're sure this child who's transitioning from 3 years to ECD center now at 4 years is a child who is simply being monitored, has been dewormed from the very beginning. So by the time they come to the ECD center, the teachers, the instructors in the ECD centers are ready for this child. They're able to handle the cognitive development of the child. They're able to handle the curriculum that is in place, and they're able to nurture this child for the next phase.
The county government have provided us with classes. We have desks and chairs. After we have been trained, so we come to the ground. Then we can ask children to bring this locally available material. Then we can make some project with them. As an ECD teacher, we value our learners very much. So when they are here in school, we teach them more about good behavior, good manners, and how to relate to others.
If science says that early childhood is critical, 80% of brain development occurs from 0 to 3 years, then the 20% really it's just what takes on in environment. And if you can imagine, if we lose that 80%, we are not saving the brains of our children.
As much as we are putting in place the structures, we would like community to accept that these are our children, and so that they don't hide the children at home. Now, why do I talk about this? I talk about this in the line of the persons with disability. Children who have persons with who have disability in one way or another, the parents feel like they lack something. They could feel, one, they're stigmatized. Two, they really don't have the capacity to be able to take this child to school. So they lock them in their houses. So this becomes a challenge for the county to be able to bring up these children in a universal way.
One of the loopholes in the sub-county and the counties and the national government is like you realize that when you want to sign a policy, it cannot be signed at the county level. It needs to be signed at a national level. And sometimes it's like people do not understand when you talk about that we have these children under 1,000 years, 1,000 days, and we need to put a policy in place that will help them. It will take you time to explain, and you'll move those offices several times at the national level. At the county level, it becomes easy because it's almost at the grassroots. People need to be brought to read on the same script. Who are these children under 1,000 days? Can people understand? If I say we are taking care of the children over 1,000 days, what is included in these children?
The only way we can create enabling environment for research in ECD is ensuring that there are resources.
When we get resources at the national county offices, it is not very easy for these resources to trickle down.
The county's reps should be fully enjoined in the development of these policies. Any policy being developed, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in education, it should involve representative from the county level.
ECD is a multi-sectoral issue and has to be looked at as multi-sectoral. Where do they get their water? Where do they get their food? Where do they get their health requirements? It has to be multi-sectoral.
The government to take cognizance. Those officers who are working, doing planning and budgeting, to realize that when they are budgeting and doing anything, they think of children. And so we are also trying, when we go out to the community, is to help them create demand, so that they demand for these services.
Now we need to now go to the next level. The next level is to identify the gaps that are in each school, so that you know that the school that you have identified, it really is not just masks and sanitary towels and sanitizers. It is now deeper, and deeper means now we need to know how to support them in other small issues that they need support in.
This conference is a unique opportunity that happens once every 2 years, in which a large number of Kenyans and international participants from all areas, all stakeholders, will be coming together in order to discuss these extremely important issues. These issues have been even more have become even more important in the context of COVID-19. So this fourth international conference, which is taking place 19 months into the COVID-19 outbreak, with all of the lessons learned from the COVID-19 outbreak, is an opportunity to share those learnings, to make sure that everybody are aware regarding the importance of ECD. ECD is a relatively new area of work in many countries, which until recently did not enjoy the same level of knowledge and awareness and publicity as many other areas in public health. It is now that we are learning with experiences from many countries, and Kenya included, regarding the importance of nurturing care framework, the importance of early childhood development, and that is a time for all of us to come together and to make sure that we really prioritize those nurturing care framework investments in order to ensure that Kenyan children get the best in line with all of the international standards, to make sure that they succeed in life, that they fulfill their potential, and that themselves as individuals, their families, their communities, and the country as a whole benefits from those interventions.
This year's conference is important because we are focusing on the children who are below 3 years, with a special focus on their caregiving, because in Kenya you will realize that when it comes to legal and policy framework, we do not have guidelines that are showing how we should look after the very young children, especially for those mothers who are working and where they leave their children. And it is an opportunity for us also to explore children in diverse circumstances, including those in the refugee camps, those in who are accompanying their mothers to prisons. They have not done any crime, but they are accompanying their mothers because they are young and they cannot be left in their community. All this will be discussed during the conference, and we anticipate to come up with resolutions that will enable our government to come up with policies around these children and even legal frameworks that can protect these children in society.